You know what? Screw it. We can get started a minute early. It is only a minute, and I want to play this game. Hello, everyone. Welcome to another Studio Maker Presents Death Stranding. This voice coming to you right now is Lucky, and over there is Omega.
Hi.
And you'll be excited to know that I have finished the damn road.
Nice.
God! There's a lot of parts!
Yeah, I distinctly remember that as a criticism about that I had about this phase of Death Stranding, which is like look at that section at the end there. Look at those three fuckers. There's no reason for that to be three.
No, that could have been two.
That was like
one.
That was like one segment when the road started. What are you doing to me?
I don't know. Anyway, yes, we are ready to continue the story, but we're going to have some fun. But first off, I did want to point this out because I finally did realize this. So, we have this road over here. As you can see, I built a little bit of it. A little bit more. I was trying to figure out what's going on. And Omega, I think you might have mentioned this to me at some point, but I think you might have saw, like, the sign said Mountain Knot City or something. Like, over, like, an overhang or something. And I was just all like, no, I can't go up the mountain. I'll say I have to go over the mountain. That'd be fucking stupid. It has to go, like, to the weather station. No, I don't think it's actually going to the weather station. I think it actually is going to Mountain Knot City. Because I'm pretty sure, like, we're going to follow the path here. We're going to go here. We're going to kind of swing around here, come up here. And if you didn't notice, like, I knew this before because I've used this mountain pass, but there is a mountain pass right here.
I think I did say something in a previous stream where I was like, well, there is that kind of, like, gap there.
Yeah, no, there's
they
like...
could put a highway through there, but that would be crazy. That would be so high.
Yeah, no, like... this is where I think it's gonna go. I don't know, but I think it's gonna go through here, like come out like through here.
I'm pretty sure I built a fucking in my playthrough. I built a fucking zip line network through that mountain pass.
Yeah, no, same. But then wrap around into Mountain Knot because Mountain Knot City is like the other road's gonna come from like right around here and come down through there. So that's it. But now that I knew that, I like stopped working on it because, like I said, we're up here right now. We're up here.
Yeah, there's no fucking point to doing all that work yet. You're not even to that, like, half of the map from the back end. I mean, that's, like, a real-life part of, like, roadway design for them to make it, like, loop back. You know, that's, a convenient thing. Roads are not meant to be one way.
Yeah.
That's actually something that I've noticed about some of the highway design in Death Stranding 2, is that there's, like, literally when you get to Australia, you start making roads at, like, the bottom of a U that go two completely separate areas, but are presumably going to eventually, like, link back up.
Yeah.
Also, hey, Lucky, remember how you said how the sticky gun sucks?
Yeah.
You can't stick it on stuff?
Yeah.
And it'd be really cool if you could, I don't know, stick it on a truck?
Yeah.
Hey, guess what you could do in Death Stranding 2?
Nah, I've heard of that. So you don't have to, get out for every goddamn thing when you want to pick up. No, it's great. It's amazing. I love it.
Well, also, I wondered about it because in the game, when you're riding on the back of the Tri-Cruiser, the slightly redesigned trike, you can just grab shit and throw it on your back or like grab chiral crystals off the ground. You can't do that in the truck because you're way too high up.
Yeah.
So I was like, oh, that's kind of a shame. And then they were like, no. Sticky gun arm. And your truck can fit 2 arms. So also my truck has a machine gun.
Is what matters most of all. Review your gear and bring
let me
only
turn
what
down
you
my
need
TV.
to make it to your destination as
I had a
fast
friend
as
over the other day, and we were watching movies, so I turned up me TV. Don't want to get you guys double audio.
True.
All right, but let's head out. My truck is very beat up because it's been doing a lot of work.
Yeah, and there's none of these places are garages.
Nope, I did set up a little timefall station and generator here to take care of my basic needs, but I can't even rest here. I do like this, though. The game does talk about how if you're close enough, you don't have to, like, drive up, and if you park in these little spots right here, it's close enough that you can do your deliveries from a truck to those locations. I'm all like, I love that little shit. Yeah, but if you need a break...
I don't know if you can. Probably can do it in 2 again, but... Like I said, in Death Stranding 2, there's just, like, a holographic ring right around the door of every, like, station, just so you're, like, here's the cargo loading zone. If your vehicle's in here, it counts.
I have crashed so many times going through there. Once I actually went over that little rocky hill in this truck trying to get through that pass.
Yeah, I don't know how the pavers work, but it sure would be great if we could put one that goes up to the way station.
I was actually thinking about
Surely the people who built it weren't expected to fucking walk there.
I was actually thinking of putting a bridge there, because I was actually looking at this. I'm like almost to Mountain Knot City, which will be the last of the major locations you get to. There'll be like more preppers and stuff, but like that's where the road ends. And I was like, how much of the...
we realized kind of loops back around, which is cool.
Yeah, but like as I've only like hooked up like half the nation. I'm only using like 4K out of 20K of my bandwidth, so I could afford to be building stuff. But Lucky is weird in that I usually don't necessarily run to gadgets for like my problem solvings if like I can just walk there. Oh, also by the way,
No, go ahead.
this place is diabolical, by the way. So I'll probably fight them later, but when you first get to this area, look, there's a whole bunch of mountains and whatnot. And
yes, I remember.
This. So you see, that looks like a fairly easy path to get through, right? Right. You go through it, and you find a camp. You would think, oh, it's just some goddamn mules. I'm gonna kick them out. No, everybody, welcome to your first fucking Homo Demons camp where they will shoot you with live fucking rounds and do not care if you live or die.
Yeah. No, the moment you said that, I was like, oh, right. Because until you build this roads, this area sucks because it's full of rocks. And also, I do think BT activity is higher around the incinerator. Not, like, necessarily exactly along the highway route here, but, like,
I haven't
you previously had spooky experiences near incinerators. So you're like, oh, we'll go look at that picturesque mountain valley.
Yeah, we don't have BTs, we have the jellyfish. Over here. Look at these fuckers.
I guess are the game's first crack at chiral creatures. I think that's just to tell you not to go there.
Oh no, you can totally go there, because if you scan. There it goes. There's shit out there. There's a lot of shit out there.
Oh, some of those guys are no, okay, it's just like a height thing. I was like, are some of those guys no, actually, I think some of those guys are holding something.
Yeah, they are.
That jellyfish has chemicals.
He stole someone's shit.
What a fucker.
Yeah, no, also you can encounter those around the I forgot what this crater is, but if you like go into like this kind of area, you can encounter them as well.
Yeah, they're a weird little like I said, they're not quite to keep you from going to that area. Just I think it just kind of like helps naturally form borders as like, oh look, there's a danger zone with these weird jellyfish. There are multiple kinds of chiral creatures in Death Stranding 2 with different behaviors, which are very annoying. There are the spiders. There are the chiral rats. There are chiral bats, Lucky. That shit sucked.
Of course. Goddamn bats. But yes, Lucky for the effort. We're in the marshland here.
Yeah, and honestly, it's good that you built the road ahead of time, because I remember, I think I did something similar, because I ran this without building the roads, and like you said, this area kind of sucks. Like, the getting up that little mountain jump without the highway is a little bit of a pain in the ass. There's a reason why it does that giant curve around. And, you know, you think, oh, this picturesque, you know, mountain valley. And you drive there and you're like, oh no! These men are firing live ammunition!
They may want to do a damage.
And chew up your trucks and stuff.
Trucks and stuff. It's one of the reasons why you can get the defensive truck, but I've never necessarily needed. I've already went and kicked that camp's ass twice, so I'm like, meh.
What I was gonna say was that probably not that hard, especially with like having access to shit like the Meeser gun already. What I was gonna say earlier was that I don't know. I like to be a little more conservative with my structures as well. I know that like you don't usually run into issues of the chiral bandwidth, at least not until you go like apeshit with zip lines. But in general, like my ethos is like build them where you need to build them, because the game will present to you, a handful of construction requests, which in Death Stranding 2 are aid requests, so you can technically ignore them if you want, but it's just a good way to farm lights from the different,
Yeah, please
spots.
ignore the several hours I took building the road there instead of just delivering the blood. I was super
It's okay.
fast.
It didn't count until you did the order.
I need to get comfortable here. We're gonna be here.
But yeah, no, so there are a couple of, and so far, I feel like the suggestions, the requests for construction in Death Stranding 2 are a lot better than in DS1. Like, asking you to repair a bridge or build a timefall shelter or build a watchtower is like,
Was it an accident?
yeah, no, these are okay. These are perfectly reasonable. I can work with this.
Someone slipped his cloak. Separate
One case, there was a spot where like the local porters were like, "Hey, build us a generator," and I'm like, "Yeah, that works. That's kind of out in a corner."
Thank you.
It's near a spot where the DHV Magellan can pop up, but it's not like right there.
Mm-hmm.
So like it's been I myself have been pretty conservative with it because you usually don't really like need structures. Like I feel like there's a reason why they give you like the earlier extra length of bridges, and then I've unlocked an upgrade so that now you can make them fucking 80 meters long. No idea how many metals that takes. But it's like you don't really need to do it. You can do it if that's your preferred way to do it, but you don't need to do it to get around. Like, yeah, rivers can flood, and like obviously that'll bog you down, especially on foot. And you got to worry about your vehicle battery, That's why you want to build generators. But also, I installed 6 level 2 batteries on my truck, so... And if you upgrade generators, you can overcharge both Sam and your vehicle's batteries. Like, level 2 or 3 is like 130%. So, like... there are options if you don't want to do it. Like, if you don't like driving, if you just want to hike... You can do that. I like trucks because I can carry so much fucking shit, which I need to do because I like to rebuild roads and monorails.
Yeah. So I'm pretty sure, if I'm understanding this blip correctly, we should be somewhere in the border between Wyoming and fucking Montana.
Yeah. And honestly, your terrain up here...
Yeah!
I don't know, you can level 2.
It worked. And if we run into any more trouble, we can...
But yeah, like honestly, this area with some of the marshy is not that unlike parts of like
All right,
Montana, the
Sam.
Dakotas and stuff,
There aren't any more stops to make before Mountain Knot City.
It's just that where the Rockies are in this are not
room and check your gear before
necessarily one-to-one with America.
Your work is greatly...
And like honestly, DS2's a lot better about it, but I'm already seeing on the overworld map that there are going to be parts of... There's a giant mountain in the middle of Australia.
Nap time!
So they still do some things for changing stuff up, but they're also like explicitly like terraforming. Like there's a valley that got like burned up by brush fires that they're like slowly restoring. Oh, time for spooky dreams.
Oh no!
Fake baby.
Nope. Oh, there it is. I feel like that chain got magically longer somehow.
I think kind of.
Amelie!
Higgs and his people came. They finally reached Edgenaught City. There's no escape for me now. Everyone's dead, the city's destroyed, and what's left is crawling with BTs. They're everywhere.
Where Where's your Kipu?
But I was able to sneak away and reach out to you. This might be our last chance to talk like this. I just wanted you to know that I'm
Blown
safe.
up LA.
For now. Promise me you'll keep building the chiral network. It's our only hope for the future. It's my only hope for freedom. And when you've finished, we can go back east together.
Amelie,
Timefall,
your
you can
Kipu,
blame.
where is it?
Sam, I'll be waiting for you on the beach.
Blame tar currents. Blame gate quakes.
That doesn't really seem like a chiral hologram. That looks more like a fucking jump.
Her exiting that way, yes, was like a beach jump. No, you trust the firing range?
Well, yeah. The level 2 guns have hematic bullets on them.
Jay.
Yeah, see, now we're at the level 2s. These have a scope. And
They also have the hematica fire on the side, yeah.
Yep. Same with the lethal guns. Now, I actually figured out something because there was something bugging me about the gameplay that I couldn't quite remember, and I had to go digging through the tips through it. Because I remember there was always something with the surface area BTs in your blood. Like when you hit BTs and stuff with your blood, usually it leaves a red mark, or it relieves a cloud of your mist just kind of hanging in the air. Now, my original thought was, because I remember this was important for some odd reason, my original thought is that you wanted to basically try and coat the BTs with as much of your blood as possible. I thought that, overlapping your blood would do less damage and whatnot. No, actually, I was wrong. What I remembered about the surface area is that if you coat a BT in your blood, you can shoot it with conventional weaponry and it'll do more damage than using just hematic weapons. So I was just like, oh, this is why they want me to... Oh, shit. Sam?
Too many beers.
Sam?
No, you eat those.
I thought I only had 3. It's all gone!
Come in a glass. Yep, rip. I also don't know why they're in a glass jar, by the way. You don't use the glass jar in 2. They just hang out in their little cryptofire. So I would drink chiral tea.
All right. Let's...
I need to go back. I need to go back to Mexico sometime and capture some red cryptobiotes.
What do you mean capture them?
Because there are different kinds of cryptobiotes in 2. So you actually got to walk up to their little nests and grab them. Which you can do in this game. It's just, but since there's only the normal one, and they only give you back blood, it's not really needed.
Back off!
But there are new ones in 2, like electrobiotes.
Oh,
Recharge your battery.
that sounds rad. Yeah, that's the weird thing. Cryptobiotes are like everywhere here, but they're only used as restoring blood, and you're only losing blood if you're, falling or getting shot.
Hey, Sam. I have some new info you should hear.
And once you get
Recently
like your
recovered
utility
thanks to
pouches
your
and stuff,
efforts to
so you
expand
can
the
carry
chiral
like
network.
4 blood bags, you
It,
don't
It concerns BBs.
need
I dug this
to,
up on
like, you
my
never
own just to be
need to
clear.
eat cryptobiotes
No one
to
ordered me to
recycle your
look.
blood.
And if anyone asked, put it all
Especially
on
because the way this game
me. No
works,
need for you to deal with any blowback.
you automatically
just
like
listening to
make
me
extra
ramble on
blood
the
bags
wire,
every time
okay?
you rest.
Yeah.
Anyway, it looks like Bridges wasn't the first
Which
to bring
technically
back
Death Stranding
BB-10.
2 has stopped doing. They don't
It
need
was
to
a group
keep
of separatists,
siphoning out your blood.
terrorists opposed
true.
to UCA expansion,
So,
According
you know,
to the
you
records,
you
they
don't
started
automatically
using them
refill your
about
blood
3
bags,
years
but
ago.
also the rate at which
Right
you're
around
using
the time
blood bags is
Bridges
probably
1
not
was putting
fast enough that
plans
it's
in place
never a
to
problem
head
to, like,
west.
just
Seems
fabricate
these
some more, you know?
separatists were having trouble with BTs too.
So
and
there's a couple
figured that
different
if
ones
they
you can
could track
capture, and
them,
they, like, float
they might
around in
be
different
able to
colors in
steer
your
them
private
into our
rooms and
path.
stuff.
That's cute.
When Bridges caught wind of this,
But you can
the
also carry them
decision
on your
was made
person,
to
so,
fight
like,
fire with fire,
so far I've
to
seen
start using
2
BTs
extra
as a
kinds.
countermeasure.
Electrobiotes restore your battery a little bit.
It's possible
Chlorobiotes
yours
are
was
green, and they
commissioned for
restore
that
your
very
stamina
purpose.
a little bit
A
as
fact
well.
I think someone may have tried to conceal, judging by the absence of BB-28's service record. I always found it strange that we were so willing to utilize technology we barely understood.
Deadman, I'm gonna be real. That's just human.
Aping methods and techniques
Fuck it,
employed by others
weeballism.
from
I don't
the
know what there's
start.
a term for it.
There's more you should know.
It's just human
It's
nature.
about the original Bridge Baby experiments. Piecing together what little I could find, it looks like they started around the time of
talking,
the Death
so-
Stranding.
It was
They
about
were
something else, but I
conducted on
remember
the
somebody was
island
telling
of
a story in a
Manhattan,
tweet.
off
It was
the
like,
East
ah, yes, we
Coast.
discovered gamma rays
It
100
was
years ago
completely
because a
and utterly
physicist, you know,
obliterated
burned his hand
by
touching a
what was
piece of
almost
uranium on his
certain
kitchen
to be a
table. And it's
void
like, yeah, that's us.
These experiments had the full
Just had
support,
uranium on his
truly,
kitchen
of
table.
The American government. It's all just guesswork.
He's like, ah, this
But I
spicy rock
suspect
does
the
something
BB
interesting.
program was
Ow, I touched it
conceived
with my
to
bare
help gain
hand.
a better understanding of the
Or
nature
like
of
radium
the
painted
Death Stranding.
dials.
However, due to ethical and safety concerns, public opinion was strongly against the program. Still, they pressed on, and in their desperation to make sense of the greatest disaster of their age, I think they caused another. I should also mention that the president himself was killed in the blast. It was after his death, when he was succeeded by then Vice President Strand, that the experiments were suspended by executive decree. Documents were shredded, facilities were decommissioned, and every effort was made to pretend that BBs had never even existed. Which begs the question how some random separatist group was capable of resurrecting the tech decades later. I'll let you know if I turn up anything enlightening.
I mean, more enlightening than that? That shit's crazy.
Sam, check the
No, it's
delivery
pretty good.
terminal and review the list of orders.
Alright, well,
That's right,
The
there
people of
is.
Mountain
Honestly,
Knot
good
City
day for
have
lots of
a
stuff
pressing
going on.
problem that
There's an
needs to be
Astrobot update
addressed.
today.
A tar-like substance has been
It
bubbling
finally
up
includes
underneath the ground
more
near them.
square
They're
characters.
seeing more of it by
we got the
minute.
fun, we got
It
the
won't
crowd,
be
and we got the
long before it spreads into the
Sephiroths.
city. There have
And
already been
Tubi.
reports of ejecta inside the outer walls. If
There's
nothing
another
is
one that
done,
was kind of, like,
the whole city might be swallowed by
pretty
a
iconic to the
tar in
PlayStation
near
brand,
future.
but was missing.
There's an order from Mountain Knot City. Check the details on the
I'll have to
delivery
put this
terminal.
later. But also, today was the state of play for Ghost of Yote.
Yeah, I actually forgot and, like, only remembered, like, halfway through, and I was just like, oh!
Yep.
Oh, we gotta deliver an antimatter bomb, I see. Honestly, I probably don't need the road for that. A good battery would probably get me most of the way there. There might be a mule kill up along the way. That's the other problem.
There's definitely another Demon's camp down at the bottom. I don't remember if you have to cross them.
Oh wait, first let me... I packed up my entire life, threw it in the back of a truck, brought it here. Let's put it all in my new base.
This is another thing that I really like about the fucking DHV Magellan, which is that literally travels to you, so I use that private locker for all this shit.
Alrighty. Oh, actually, I forgot. I need to replace something. Because I took it off by accident and haven't fixed it. So. Because I did finish the collector and the way station. And the collector gets you the backpack cover, which at basically... Oh, I don't have enough fucking crystals. Oh, yeah, hang on.
Not here, anyway.
No, hang on. Kyro crystals. Not sure how many I need, but well. Oh, I guess I can only hold that many. All right. Oh, I need 320. Guess I need to max it out? But it's not going to let me max out? Weird. Okay. What happens if I...
Do you have something selected for recycle?
No. Weird. I think I just can't carry enough. Fucking wild. Okay. Oh, wait, hang on. Let's see here. Well, it's not crazy. I won't die without it. Actually, I die a lot less now. I haven't really shown them off, but if you look on Sam's legs, you notice those armor plates are now different, and they have glowing. These are the armor plates level 4, what you get from doing the way station. Basically, like before, the more you equip, the better your defense, and they use your battery, so they use electromagnetic shielding. We're fortunate now. Sans, you know, giant ass railgun.
No sign of the giant ass railgun in Death Stranding 2.
Well, poo. So we're gonna get rid of that.
You can get a tranquilizer gas grenade launcher.
That's rad. Drop off some resins, drop off some metals, drop off some ceramics, not chemicals, and not special alloys. Oh wait, cancel those.
Oh yeah, actually, looking at this, it says the storage cap of this facility is 300 chiral crystals. So yeah, you have to level this place up a little, it seems.
Yeah. That's no problem.
Thank you for your contribution.
So that one's just going there, huh? Well, I hate to be that guy, but I think we're just gonna have to go back to the, you know, the distro center and the cities, the distro center, and this way station, and see if we can pick up some missions. Or we can just run around out there for a bit, because there's just gonna probably be preppers out there.
It's true. Gotta look for your.
You know what? Yeah, let's go. Let's go.
Do you want to accept the order to recover the chip?
Yeah, let's do it. I can go fight Homo Daemons again.
Oh, it also says missing porter. So I guess you got to pick up a guy.
I don't know how long ago I took out those guys, but it shouldn't be too long. I don't know if I can put guys in trucks.
Yeah, I don't remember if you can do that with people. Like, you really should be able to do... Every truck has fucking 2 seats modeled. But I don't remember if you can, when transporting humans, have them ride shotgun.
Alright, but with this... I don't... No, we'll store for now. But with this, I don't need the anti-BT handgun as much, so I can save on that space. Honestly, what I need to check to see if non-lethal bullets work on BTs when I shoot them through blood. I'm not sure if they do or not. Haven't really had the chance to check, I guess. But yes, now with that, we can remove that. We'll keep the bola gun. Despite me, you know, laughing, oh, I'll never use the bola gun again. Ammo's limited. It's good to have multiple weapons.
Thank you.
What I need the most right now is the ammo pouch. It's one of the
Let's go back.
Yep, one of the attachments you can get, which, you know, does as you expect, increases the amount of ammo you carry. Also, why can't I get one of these? Look at this bitch. Oh, hey.
Yeah, those are pretty cool. I guess they'd be maybe a little tough to drive. Also, by the way, speaking of how fucking tiny the roads are.
Is that a Luden's hood ornament? It is. Look at that.
Yeah.
It's pretty rad. Good job, Sam.
So these are I thought they were just cargo trucks. No, these are just big ass crane trucks. They got the anchor. It looks like the sides and the back can unfold. There's a giant crane on there.
That's true. These probably things have some things, because I'm pretty sure. Yeah, no. Looking at this design, I'm pretty sure those flip down.
Yeah. Like, it probably can still carry cargo, but it feels like it's designed to haul, like, specifically, like, construction equipment.
Yeah, no. Then we
It's
got
a crane so you can, like, unload huge stuff.
You know, then we got the legs here for stability when the thing's huge, like carrying things you don't tip over. Yeah, no, these are just huge ass crane trucks. Cool. Never thought about it.
I do like the design because it's like,
Look at all these lights.
it's like we took, yeah, big ass lights. Not sure we need quite that many rigs, but it looks kind of like they took the rough skeleton of like a normal Bridges truck, just making it a 2x3, you know, instead of just a 4-wheel.
Yeah, no, the basic cab structure is okay, the same, but they cut off the top and added this spaceship ass looking at. Look at that! I'm pretty sure that's like a sensor on top right here.
Yeah, that's like a lidar or radar, and I think that flange is not that's like a radio antenna for Wi-Fi on top, actually.
Yeah.
And they got this, like you said, big spaceship-ass cabin. Probably enough space in the back of the cab so that you can sleep back there.
Yeah, no, this is totally a trucker sleeper cab right here. Like, cause we got, we got regular ass trucks over here, and we got that same kind of, I don't know what I want to call it, but for one, the normal trucks have the fucking huge ass suspension with the fucking lift system, so you can, traverse like rivers and stuff. So the undercarriage is like very minimal, standard ass fucking like 2-seater cab. But then like all this is storage
Also, I want to
space.
say, look at this stuff. So this is a Bridges truck that's a pickup style with the jump seats. This is a crew carrier.
Yeah.
And then they've got a mule truck right next to it.
Well, actually, this is a minimalist.
Without the jumper seats. Ooh,
Yeah.
Okay, so that's just like what the stripped down design is.
Yeah, no, this is just stripped.
like
This
the
is just
location
stripped.
cab.
This is just completely stripped.
No extra features, no extra doors.
Also, thinking about this, I'm not sure where the engine is on this. Because I'm going to be real, I don't know what kind of future technology that we could fit the entire fucking engine to push a fucking truck that can carry thousands of kilos in that.
Well, it's all electric for sure. And it does, after all, literally charge from the battery. You can make electric motors pretty small and quiet, I guess. Are they like stacked like vertically in the center line?
I don't know.
Some of it's got to be horizontal, like up under the dash, which is weird. Big ass hydraulic tubes though to boost that suspension though. Look at those big yellow pipes.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Like you can't like none of it is like. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it.
You can also see in the skeletonized version the exposed wires for the rear lights.
Yeah, it's rad. I don't know. I'm pretty sure this is like some maybe, I don't know. I don't know if this was if the vehicles were part of Yoshikawa's design, but they're still cool. All right, so we got to go save a porter.
Yeah, I do think the default trucks are a little like this, their design is sometimes a little like bulbousy. And we talked before about how like the color schemes are a little weird with like you just dye the like cab roof.
Yeah.
The off-road trucks are in 2 are slightly redesigned. They're a little more angular, a little more sloped. That's another one where I don't know exactly where the engine is. It's got to be in the back because there's the Death Stranding 2 truck. There's no front, basically. Like you get in, Sam gets in and out by an elevator. Basically, the front 2 seats and the control console drop down to ground level.
Oh, that's neat.
Yeah, so there's like nothing in front of the front wheels normally when it's in drive. Also, another very curious thing that is very interesting. I'm sure you'll be happy to get there when you get there, but there is a purchasable upgrade with APAT's memory to automate vehicles.
Automate?
Yeah, if you drive in the center line for a little bit, you will activate auto drive, and your vehicle will steer itself. It's not super fast. You can't boost and do it, but it, you know, means that you can go idle.
I mean, that sounds fine. You know, put on your fucking music player, grab a book.
And
That's right,
the
because
auto-steering
like
means you don't fall off.
well, no, because like you could spend a long time on these roads. Like I'm running because I'm being fucking weird. The hell?
Oh, corpse, he is dead.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you're gonna need to secure that guy and run him down the mountain.
Pretty much. But as I was saying, you spend a long time on these roads, so just taking, yeah, like it's a little bit of a convenience feature, but oh shit, I'm gonna have to get up that mountain. All right. Fine, be that way.
Yeah.
Sam, jump!
Nice jump.
No, there's something I love about the fucking speed skeleton. Huge ass jumps. There's a corpse. Where's the chip?
Is the corpse with the chip?
Nay, the corpse is up here.
Yep. Dead guy. Dead porter.
Looks like the chip fell down.
Fuck.
You said it, Sam. Okay, we are not that dumb, guys. Come on. It's a small ass pack. Oh, that's why. I still have my fucking bola gun. Derp derp derp. Well, this is why I have a shoulder. Lucky was dumb.
I mean, it was also still just the way Sam is of just like, ah, yes, let me hot swap this corpse with this small box. No, Sam, you've got a free shoulder. Just fucking stick it there.
We got this! We got this!
Ooh, power slides. Oh, I hope this cargo's not tagged.
Oh no, they don't tag cargo, they tag me!
Right. They want to kill you.
Heads up, Sam. Looks like you've tripped an intrusion sensor. To be clear, these sensors react to you, not to your cargo. Be careful.
Oh, yeah, he's even
Trouble may be on the way.
explaining it.
They come for
Thank
me!
you for that game.
Get wrecked, nerd! I'm gonna remember this!
Going around robin. At the edge of their turf right there. honestly, that's another thing about like trucks and stuff and floating carriers is like power skeleton's cool, but you don't actually need quite all that weight limit. Unless for some reason, God, there's a fucking daisy chain of those boys. Neener, neener.
Like I said, I'm gonna come back here. Woo! I think the corpse just protected me. I have the high ground!
So lost cargo if you end up flipping it back this way. No, they went yellow. They lost sight of you.
Alright.
Now let's go to the incinerator.
Yep. Yeah, no, definitely. Like, I'm glad I did not bring the truck. That would have been a pain.
No, the truck would be... You would have had to abandon the truck on the road.
Yeah.
Though actually, I need to check that because I literally just unlocked the place that gave me the what they're called arm attachments. So maybe there'll be more than just the HMG and the sticky gun. But I don't know if it's they're automated, which is a little weird because you can like you can vehicle shoot in the. That's another reason why they designed the trucks to be like open cab, so you can just fucking sit up and shoot back.
Pull off the gas.
But you can't like direct control. I don't know if they work when you get out. If they do work when you get out, that could be a very funny way to deal with enemies. Is just leave the keys at the truck, have the automated gun to shoot at guys while Sam goes off to do Sam stuff.
That could be pretty interesting. Right, but here we are at the incinerator.
I've seen some conversation points about like some people saying that like, oh, you know, Death Stranding 2 is like, you know, too easy, which is kind of an interesting thought considering that you know, Kojima did talk about making the game more contentious for player to make it more memorable. But I think it really is just that, like, the game is a lot better about giving you meaningful tools and, like, other than just, like, you have to connect every prepper, Sam, because you have to reconnect America. Like, everything you do gets you more tools, and the game already gave you good tools to start with. So, like, you're constantly getting, like, new tricks that are... Yeah, he definitely took a couple bullets for you, Jesus.
Thanks, man.
But yeah, you're constantly getting new tricks if you want them. I thought, you know, the shock sticks would be the extent of the melee combat. No. I just unlocked a new distro center where the first thing they gave you... Also, I'm pretty sure the actor who it was face captured is the guy who plays Brother Wong in Doctor Strange movies.
Oh yeah, no. He's wide.
Yeah, no. So I'm like, that guy looks familiar. But he gives you combat boots. Boots that if you are wearing, your kick attacks do more damage. And I'm like, what?
All right, let's put that.
Well,
on.
you know, I guess if you really want to go the melee route, you've fucking got him.
All right. Now I'm gonna go kick some guy's ass.
Yeah.
I was like, I have been disgraced. Yeah, sure. I could go back to the road and just run back. Nay.
You know, we're gonna charge up the mountain the way we came. But yeah, no, like I said, the game just gives you so many more tools faster. It's more meaningful. Like, there's only a handful of people I've run into where it seems like they're kind of like nothing upgrades. I don't want to get into... Actually, no, I can talk about it a little, because she was, like, in the trailers and stuff. So, like, you meet Rainey, who's in the trailers, like, partway through the game, and you go to her shelter because you are trying to, you know, permanently add her to the DHB Magellan crew. So she comes with you. You can go back to her shelter and do deliveries for her lorikeets. She's got birds. And apparently the birds are smart enough to operate the delivery system.
I mean, that's just cute.
But they don't give you a lot of stuff, but when you finish it, that's how you unlock, like, the Rainy hologram to put on your structures, because... And when I got that, I was like, oh, yeah, duh. Rainy is part of the DHV Magellan crew. Of course you're not going to be able to get her hologram the normal way. which is usually what like level 5ing is one of the rewards you get for level 5ing people.
Yeah.
So like, yeah, no. It's just one of those, you know, those little things. But there's all
Boom!
kinds of other
Canceled
stuff.
it. Fuck you.
Nice. All kinds of other like little things, like little backpack charms, little backpack attachments.
Gonna snake this shit.
Vehicle upgrades. Actually, I like honestly, I'm kind of surprised, but I didn't think about it. But this game really doesn't do a lot with the boot slot, right?
Nope. You just get boots.
That's not how Death Stranding 2 is. Like you have your traveler's boots, which are just like long lasting, but you can get trekking boots, which wear out faster but give you better grip. And obviously, I found the battle boots, the combat boots for kicking. Who knows what other kinds of weird shoes I'm gonna find.
Like, we have, you know, the Bridges boots, which are just, you know, better boots. Then you have the I'm gonna find these boots, which, you know, mule and terrorist boots. Boots of a terrorist.
Yeah, which are obviously, like, especially the mule boots, because they're, like, got half as much durability as the regular Bridges boots are just like, oh, these are for if you're wandering out in the wilderness and you can only see a mule camp or a terrorist camp and not, you know, fabricate some new shoes.
How's it feel? Like pain! Since I'm kicking this place's ass, I probably should come back with a truck and steal resources. I'm probably going to need them.
Well, we've got more roads to build.
Alright, where are these roads? There they are.
Got a little bag. He's looking.
Oh.
He's seeing. Okay, interesting. Is your rifle suppressed?
No. This one is not. We do not get a suppressed rifle until we get the HD custom, which we get from, well, I don't want to spoil it. Catch! Reloading? Bad move, buddy. I'm trying to sprint, thank you.
Oh, I forgot to say this yesterday when we were doing Final Fantasy out loud. I remembered it like after you popped off. But I said that I had an interesting time because yesterday, literally before setting up for stream, I got into the, and then Chad will get this, the equivalent of the sudden jump to episode 3 Unger. I was just minding my own business and then got, you know, slurped into a plot segment. It's really cool.
And this is why I'm saying the bola gun, even though it's like one of the first things, still good. It doesn't stop them permanently, but you're willing to go in there and start kicking people in the junk.
Honestly, if Death Stranding 2 hadn't given me the Tranquilizer Sniper, I would probably still be using both.
Oh, am I out of cryptobiotes? Okay.
Gives you a reason to gather a few.
Yeah, no, like, it's moments like now when you should eat a cryptobio. Like, when you... Because it takes a minute before the blood bag actually kicks in.
Yeah. There he is. I don't know if it's because you're using non-lethal rounds or what, but these guys show a shocking amount of no fear.
It kind of is. Well, also they're homodemics.
That's true. Like, I guess they would be going if you were using lethal ammo, it would still be like, you know, okay, bet.
Alright, where is the last of you guys? Oh, wait, there you are.
There he is.
You know what? Fuck you. Stay down. at the... Yeah, where is he? This is the one problem I do have. It's like... Oh, there they are.
Oh, there he is. Yeah, keeping track of enemies is a little...
Actually, do I... I know I can mark him in Death Stranding too. Can I mark him in 1?
No, I think that's a new feature is if you zoom in on guys and folks when you mark them.
I also did 0 to 2 melee, and by melee I mean body slam. How'd you like that?
He wasn't ready for that one.
Alrighty. I could go get their truck, but I think I can traverse enough of the land on my own to bring it back. I do think the Homo Demons come back faster than mules do. Like I said, this is the 3rd time I've taken these guys out.
Yeah.
They should have known better.
Now you're not gonna add any extra cargo. I was wondering if you wanted to grab their truck anyway because your personal SAM battery is almost dead, but
Where is it? That's all the way over there.
yeah, you'll just walk back and get your truck.
No, probably not. No, but with the hematic rounds being added to rifles, like I said, I don't think I need to carry the anti-BT gun anymore. I am debating maybe carrying like a lethal weapon because I'm not sure. Oh, speak of the devil. No, come back. Okay. There's a charm you can get that makes them so they don't run away as fast. Very useful. Yep. Ah, wait, actually, I want that, though.
Chiralium as well.
Did I pass it because I'm blind? I did.
A little bit. But it's a small one, so. That's another thing that I've noticed is...
Yeah,
like,
1
you still have to
CG,
spend
Jesus.
Yeah, it was very tiny. You still have to spend a shitload of Chiralium in 2, but just... We really upped the spawn of it just as you're walking around.
Gotta work on those core muscles.
There we go, 13. Oh yeah, like we're speaking of the shoes. Like yeah, we have the Taylor Mewis at the bottom. Then we have bridges. Then we have the special Cairo boots. And then we got the sandal foot thing, which slippers, which you would never think to really use, but apparently they make you a lot more stealthy. Poison gas.
Yes, then...
Sorry.
Interesting.
Hang on, let me
Well,
double
they
check
are
there.
engaging in the fights with the boys. Yeah, lost cargo, poison gas.
Oh, yeah, it's example will be analyzed in the map. Okay. You're not fucking with me, are you, game? This ain't like a small thermonuclear device, correct?
But yeah, no. That's something that actually is in the tooltip in Death Stranding 2 when you pick them up. It's like, oh, hey, also your sandal weed can be used for shoes in a pinch, and they make you quieter.
Yeah, actually, I don't know if it actually says that with that, but let me. Wait, no, it's this button in my. Yeah, no. It can help in sneaker situations, but I feel like that's not actually said when you actually pick them up. If it is, I might just be blind.
I don't remember it being in the tool. That's why, like I said, I was surprised to learn that in 2 as well. I think it's always been true, obviously, is there's that text right there, but it's one of those things of just like, oh yeah, I would never think to do that.
Yoink! Need to catch them while I can. Like I said, I almost never eat them because, like I said, you gotta be losing blood. I guess in the beginning, if you are horrible at this game and you are falling down every cliff, you probably want them. But yeah, no, I don't actually...
Yeah.
I honestly don't think I lost any blood until I got the hematic grenades. So...
That could probably be another reason you use them. Is if you're, burning through hematic weapons really fast.
That's true, it's true.
But, you usually don't need to be using them that way.
Nice peek. Jump for freedom.
on the grid.
So we'll pick up the truck and we'll start making our way over. We got preppers to find. See, there's one there. I can see. I think that's the musician, actually, if I remember correctly. I think this one's over here.
Yeah, is it that little one of those smudges on the bottom side?
I don't know.
Actually, it's a pretty big zone, so I have no idea. I have no memory of this place.
Unfortunate but true. Well, once I get in there and I start scanning around, might be able to figure out something. Might get the long range trike for just running around and
scouting.
Scanning. Yeah.
I think that's probably a good use of it. Tricks are fast, and if you've got the long range mod, they're pretty good.
Yeah, won't be able to carry any cargo, but like I said, I'm more curious about finding out what's out here because this is the big open spot. Like pulling out each one of those little divides is a station. The only one that's really left is Mountain Knot, which is this one. I think that's well. We also have to visit Hartman. There, him and his fucking hot spring.
He's got a mountain villa.
Yeah.
Funnily enough, I'm at the point in Death Stranding 2 where my next major plot advancement is to find Hartman again. So I may do that later tonight.
God,
and see what he's up to. See if it's as cool as Death Stranding 1's meeting with Hartman.
Death Stranding 1's meeting with Hartman is one of my favorite scenes in this entire damn game.
I think it's one of the ones that's very iconic.
Hartman just laying on the ground, thumbs up.
Everything all right?
So
Which
good.
gives you a like. I love it.
It's so good.
All clear.
Fucking Hartman giving the camera a like. Alright, so we'll deliver the requested cargo. Actually, I don't know what the rating's gonna do. I stopped to go fight. Oh, no, we're still good. Ooh. Now make it harder for them to spot us, I think. Rad.
And that did count for juice level in this zone.
Oh, and whenever...
Oh. Ooh, what do we got here?
What is this?
Johnny's shades! Let's go!
Wake the fuck up, samurai! Oh, hell yeah!
Watch your back out. Good work. New order available. Please access delivery terminal.
Hang on, where are they?
That's something that, like, I haven't seen any crossover stuff for DS2 yet. I don't know if we're saving that for, like, later updates. Especially with the music player. And that
oh, he takes off his fucking hair bun, too!
Find that with some silver exoskeleton stuff.
Yeah. That's the good shit, but let me grab my truck and go finish looting that camp.
Yeah.
Garage. Retrieve. Alright, let's go! Yeah. Oh, that reminds me. I haven't noticed, but haven't really mentioned it. But you can put down signs. I haven't really put this one down much, but hang on, let me pull it out here. I don't know when I got it, but I got it. It's Samurai.
Nice.
Just throw that down whenever. Here, remove it, because I'm always weird about just leaving stuff around. Back in we go.
Again, not to compare too much to 2, but that's another one that's kind of interesting. It's like, I don't even know what's the bottom of your D-pad is supposed to be when you're walking around a stand. But that's the dedicated signs menu now. It's just you hold down on the D-pad, you can drop a sign.
Yeah, I didn't get a lot of time in Death Stranding 2. I only made it to that Bandito camp right there, and I only took out like one guy. before I decided to call it quits, because I want to play Death Stranding 2, I really do, but because the controls are different, I don't want to be fighting muscle
memory, yeah.
Yeah.
No, like, there's so many little things about the control scheme I've noticed replaying this. Like, for instance, hey, cryptobiotes, if you want to gather them in two, that's triangle now. Spam triangle to grab them, not circle.
Actually, that was very minimal on water.
Various other, you know, funny button changes.
Like, don't you guys fuck with me. You are a stone's throw away from incinerator. I will get my fucking gat.
This guy's fucking passed out.
I didn't even charge my battery like a fool. Whatever.
You're also a little bloody. You could probably use a shower after this. Actually, steal these.
First, we take everything that isn't nailed down. But yes, I believe this is another ceramics camp.
Yeah. Always good to see that shit.
This is gonna be useful. Ceramics is usually my, usually my, I can't think of the term, but the material I need.
Bottleneck?
Bottleneck, thank you.
Yeah, it's still a big bottleneck.
This looks like the way to go.
I feel like ceramics is the material that I'm the most in, because it's the one that you need, like, you can get the least
Terror
out of,
boots.
because it's like, I think 320 is the maximum size you can get, but you need so much of it, so you suck up so much out of storage. Like, metals are also in demand, but you can get, like, at least in 2, I think in 1. It still works this way. You can get containers, XLs, that are like 400 metals.
Oh, yeah.
So, like, no, that's really easy to move. They did, like, I mentioned this before to you, but they did make it so that, like, using resins actually matters, because to rebuild monorail track is resins plus special alloys.
Which is good, because I'm gonna be real, like, you don't use a lot of special alloys and, resins in this game. I think, like, for some of the, like, more specialized buildings, like the zip lines and safe houses, you use special alloys, but other than that, nah, really.
Yeah, and there's definitely in this game, because we've literally talked about it before with, like, running through resin camps, there's no equivalent, like, resource dump for resins. Like, you may use lots of little amounts of resins for some stuff, but there's no, like, big item that needs it. So yeah, they spread it out. And the monorails
Give
are
me your
really
shoes!
Because I realized this as well once I built a couple of stations, but you don't have to go to the stop to get on the monorail. You can't take cargo that way, but Sam can use them as zip lines.
Yeah, no, I think I've seen footage of that. That is also pretty rad.
So you can just, you know, if you're on foot and run by, you can just grab and bounce around. Like I said, lots of little improvements, lots of little fine tuning. Stuff comes. Big old ceramics containers.
It doesn't actually matter. It's not like the amount of ceramics is gonna go down.
Yeah, not unless you really smack them. No, you fill up your wood bags too when you get out of there.
Yeah, I do.
That's okay. I always forget about that shit myself. I'll especially since they're in their own zone. I'll open up my menu and be like, "Oh yeah, I need to replenish my grenade pouch and my blood bags." Delicious blood.
Delicious blood bags. Blah. Hey, you typo positive?
Okay,
Rad.
bye-bye.
Asking for a friend. Well, like I said, this is a much more combos-focused one. Like, when you fight the mules, even though they have guns, it's just unconsciousness, so you just get the yellow bar. No, here they're actually trying to spill your life's blood onto the ground. So, it makes sense that
like
they put blood bags around.
Put blood bags, yeah. Like, with mules, there are things of, like technically your consciousness bar is only ever as big as your blood bar, so if you're, like, walking around with like only 250 milliliters of your blood left. But generally it's not a huge
Oh, that
risk.
reminds me. I finished up the I think I finished up the Valve, the PC collab. And I got a couple more things. I feel weird about them though. We got gravity gloves, which apparently lets you, you know, manipulate cargo from afar, and I'm just all like, And we got a fucking Half-Life van. I'm just also like,
Okay, interesting.
Alright.
I did joke earlier talking about the Valve collab of like where they're not gonna give you a gravity gun.
No, they give you gravity gloves. Har,
I mean, if
har,
that's
dee, har,
just
dee,
like
har.
if that's just like a sticky gun, but they don't take a slot, that's okay.
Well, you get specialized gloves later, and I like them. You get like the climbing gloves that have like the shock upgrade. I'm like, those are rad. I love those.
It's true. You do get some fun slots. No, Sam's super kitted out. That's another very smart thing they did too, of just giving you your utility pouch and grenade pouch like right on your body.
Let's roll.
All right.
And your handgun holster. Use all the parts of the Sam.
I mean, it makes sense. It's like, this is like one of those things we were talking about, looking at the armor plates and the fact that, you know, they had maul straps on them, but, you know, not actually anything to maul to them. So I was just like,
Yeah, no, there's in real life already, there's a remarkable amount of work that's put into storage and carrying, of which Sam is already using really well with like his, you know, modular backpack into a 4-point harness kind of a thing.
all right, done.
But also absolutely like, yeah, no, actually I'll say it. I was thinking like, there's no guarantee that what, you know, Sam's wearing might be is porter, you know, gear, so it might technically be like civilian, but like, no, he works for Bridges that works for the UCA. At some point there was a Defense Department budget involved in this, so military carrying gear is like, the need for soldiers to carry more shit goes back at least as far as the Roman legions. So, like, if Sam was utilizing his storage space to the best, he should have a front rig for pouches and bandoliers and stuff. And like we said, you know, the fact that the first game, they call it a handgun, but it's not really, like, he should absolutely be able to fit some of that shit in a hip holster.
Well, I think that's kind of why they
shoulder rig.
maybe went with some of the decisions that they did for the second one.
Yeah.
You know, just, you know, humans, we have made a lot of technology on just how to carry shit.
And since this is the game about carrying shit, you know,
Yeah.
they advanced it. I do also think, I feel like, you know, it's kind of setting up the what I want to call it, like the themes. Like, I feel like Kojima wanted Death Stranding 1 to be a little more just purely focused on his new ideas.
Well, yeah.
And then we've talked about how I think that with Death Stranding 2, he as a person got a lot more comfortable being the Metal Gear guy and, like, did the thing that I want to reiterate to anybody sitting at home. Kojima always does this. Kojima has always reused ideas. Lucky and I realized this very strongly streaming the Master Collection on this channel, so you can check out that playlist. I did actually add Death Stranding is in the Metal Gear playlist.
Sure, why not?
You know, so, you know, I did say, I checked my description and I said maybe other, you know, Kojima produced games, and I'm like, fuck it, we'll throw it in there. Yep. It's still all, you know, written and directed by Hideo Kojima. But like, he was like doing helicopter fights, you know, as far back as like the MSX, you know, and the NES and shit. So like, yeah, he reuses ideas a lot, and Death Stranding 2 has some reused ideas from like the Metal Gear Solid 5 era and even earlier, technically. There's always been really interesting interactions with animals. That's kind of like not present in this game at all. You know, there's no effort, but there's an animal shelter in Death Stranding 2, and you can once again recover animals. No longer do you have to Fulton them, though, thank God. You just run up behind them and stuff them in a carrier. You can do this to kangaroos, by the way. Kangaroos are a new size of item. They are extra, extra large. The animal carrier for kangaroos is fucking big. I think you can still fit like 4 of them in a truck, though, at least.
All right, let's see what was left on the truck.
Yeah.
Oh, a frames arm.
Oh. Figurines.
Oh, it's a Luden's girl, Marlin.
Thank you for your contribution.
Hang on, I'm
I think
curious.
that is actually a like limited edition figure. They did do.
Yeah, look at that. That's rad. Oh, yeah. I'd love to have one of that. All right, let's check her. Wait. Woo! Orders for Sam.
Drink for your canteen.
Gotta... yes, no, we're gonna build the fucking road. Because I forgot, this is the antimatter bomb, which says, handle with care, avoid impact. Do you know what's great for that? Roads. Fucking roads. We're building roads.
Yeah. I mean, if you want to build your... Actually, you have to find all of them anyway. If you want to scout ahead with the trike, we can do that as well, but that can be on the way.
Well, yeah. Well, scouting with the trike will help me find all the points, which will allow me to start doing math. Wrong, by the way. Lucky, like, fucked up his calculations like 3 times building the road here. It was horrible.
Yeah, that's something that unfortunately the sequel does not. At the very least, I talk about this. Death Stranding 2 just makes it so that you don't overcommit resources. Your leftovers magically appear in your backpack. But they still don't let me like go from like something I think would be very useful is, at least as far as I know, there's no way to go from like withdraw materials menu to like the map or something.
Ah, yeah.
So like I can't like double check all myself and my math. You know, figurine collection's getting pretty big back there.
You took those bastards out. Yeah, I did. What you don't know is that was the 3rd time I did it. They just don't learn. Let's piss out that alcohol. Yeah, that was a lot of alcohol.
I'm kind of surprised if for all the bullet hits that you were only like 1 shower grenade.
Yeah, we don't have a special animation for putting him on, but that's okay. Alright, 3 of those. Still don't got all the... You know, I don't have the gun. Yeah, we'll do scout. We'll do scouting. See if I can find some preppers. Okay. Shoes are over half. Battery is full. Let's...
Two-step.
Like I said, we got... Let's see here.
Get some materials in there.
We'll hold off on actually breaking some of this stuff down until I get a couple stars in here. Then I can do my trick of just recycling it all and then consisting it down into the big ones and stuffing it in the big locker. But the more space I have, the better. So, with that, let's grab... Oh, actually, first, what I want to do is...
Yeah, I myself, you know, have kept a couple of resources in private locker form, especially with the way the new mines work, to be like, no, I'm going to need these resources in portable form already. I don't want to overstock my sites.
Yes, I know, you can only carry so many fucking crystals. We will fix that in a second. Oh, maybe not in a second, but we can probably find some leftover stuff hanging around here in places. So, fabricate. Boots. Oh, we got plenty of blood legs. I forgot about that. I forget if this one has, like, more battery than... Oh, but no, we'll go for the long range. Yeet. Put on feet. Add blood bag. Confirm. And we should be good. All right.
Thank you for your contribution.
Let's go be fucking adventurous. Actually, what am I...
Scout the swamp.
Who do I think I am? Just having this base-ass color scheme. We have colors, damn it! We're gonna use them. Let's see here. Ooh, yeah. Blue white. Look at that shit. Perf. Yeehaw!
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Actually, if I remember correctly... It's a real nice lake right here. It's round. I swore it was around here. Grab that.
Nice.
No, this is just... Ah, there it is. The Novelist's Son. Okay. Looks like we're getting close to the BT zone. Oh, here we are. Okay, cool. It's right here. Easy peasy. Lemon squeeze.
You're having one of those water towers that sticks up.
I think if I remember correctly, I think there actually might be 2 shelters on here. Because I think, you know, we can just find the Novelist.
Yeah.
I don't remember if it's in this area, though. Or not. Let's see if this guy got any.
Bookshelves.
Nope, he's got nothing. But he's on the map now. He can't escape. Get him eventually.
Chicago.
Alright. So that should handle this. Oh, wait, no. I think the Novelist is like in here. That's what it is. But also, that's the BT zone. Bucketly ball. Rocks. That's pretty good. The fish are jelly. Oh, I'm going the wrong direction. I'm heading this way. Come on, I need the speed to make the jump. Good job, me.
It's very funny because that's not what the terrain scanner was giving you a thumbs up for, but timed very well.
I want to say it's like...
Up in the mountains somewhere, if I remember this right. You'll pass off to your right and ahead.
I think I have to come up this way for something. What, though? I'm not sure. Let's go. Probably should have brought a couple PCCs for making a generator. Yeah, we're in it though. Look at that. Skyrim my way up. Do it! Do it! Yeah! Still not seeing it. Probably not. Actually, I feel like it is. I feel like it's somewhere on this mountain. I could be completely off. Snow.
Yeah. A bit late.
Oh shit, there's something I want to do though real quick. Gotta climb to the top though. That's the top. I I would say great view, but I can't see shit!
Anybody hear me?
If I could only put I was here. Let's see, what do we got? What do we got? What do we got? Where? Ah. Summit! Yeah! Alright, back to the bike. Alright, so looking at it, we probably need to make our way more westerly. Probably. Probably. Okay, that was too much. That was too much.
Too much drop.
Too much drop.
It's all good. It's all good.
It's okay, baby. Did you know? On this day, in 1998, Small Soldiers came out.
I love that movie.
Yeah, it's Small Soldiers Day. I think you can watch it on YouTube with ads. I've talked about this before. YouTube has a shitload of movies that are like, you know, quote unquote free with ads. So like, you got to deal with the YouTube ad breaks, but like, they're there. I think The Mummy's on YouTube. So good. I think we only own it on each DVD.
Alright, let me see here. So we want to head probably somewhere in this direction. So that way. Let's go. Where are you? You can't be one of those ones that don't show up until I do a specific thing, can you? I really hope not.
No, I don't think the station would be. You just gotta figure out where he is. He's in one of these fucking mountain valleys. Like, as usual, when you're in this terrain, I'm like, oh, I remember this, yeah. But, you know, which like, valley part he's in, I don't know. There's no, like, or hardly any pre-existing, like, paths and trails.
Cool, timefall snow.
It's snow. No time.
Yeah, I can't be up here too long anyway with the fucking snow draining stamina. Or something.
I take extra stamina just 'cause it's snow. Look at that shit being moved. This trek definitely does have snow tires, though.
This truck has just fucking, you know, slick city cars.
A little frosty, a little frosty. In the third valley?
Maybe. Like, my breadcrumbs being pretty goo. God, if this wasn't, like, black, like, darkened, I could probably figure it out, but... The lack of bright...
He's probably, like, in, like, an overhang or something. Is that it? No.
I don't know if the fucking battery will last that long. No, what I should probably do is I should probably work on finding something that I can probably... work on that a little bit closer.
lost cargo to deliver to some of these.
And we're not actually getting any cargo out here.
I mean, these Novelist and Novelist Son are kind of far enough over. That might be for post-map or not. Yeah, those were dead stranding too. That river would be bigger. Raining upstream.
Yeah, I know.
You know, I didn't think about it, but that's another thing they changed very slightly in Death Stranding 2. They changed the messaging on that. Red is they say battery critical, and also I think the battery would be a little further down before it actually turns red, because you got a decent chunk of battery left.
Oh, wait. Ah, that's the photographer. There, of course I find them on the way back. Thanks.
Okay, so photographer, not novelist. Is the novelist the one that's one more down?
I don't know.
I know that I'm pretty sure there is a second spot for the novelist. I don't remember if they're like.
Well, they have no orders available, so we're not going to worry about it. But that is a mystery solved.
You know, when you find the stands that show up on the marker on the map.
River jump. That was a very bad river jump. No, we're still a ways from the distro center. Try and serve some battery. Oh.
Okay.
Bad. Thank you. Take that. Switch alloys.
Batteries.
Nani?
Oh, there is a little mule spot in the swamp.
Well, yeah, it says mule specifically. Actually, wait, hang on. Let me double check. Let me see if it actually says.
No, I think it says mule post bucks in the. Is there a cluster shoot boys hiding in the swamp?
Yeah, looks like it. Here, let's
In a little.
fucking keep them from seeing I'm here for a second. I'm trying to get through. Shit.
Usually it's like metal and stuff. Oh, there's one of the pavers here. Yeah, definitely with the antimatter, but I'm gonna wanna build those pavers first.
Where's the opposite side?
Nothing left in the tank.
Sam, I need you to get out and push.
Yeah, that'd be great. Pretty sure you could walk it up that hill, but I don't think you can wiggle it uphill. He's trying. He's dragging his foot.
Yeah, no, that was just because we hit the fucking hill. But no, I figured this out. Like, once I was working on the road to South Knot, and like the trike died like 100 feet from the
Still got it.
from the power zone. And I was just all like, come on, do something, do anything. And I figured out if you just go back and forth, the trike just... That's that. somewhat useless. We can just probably wait for the damn thing to recharge. It'll be okay.
I mean, if you're close to an area, that's good, but I don't know if it'll let you do that thing through rivers.
Blah, 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 blah.
Especially not that river. Jesus. Throw Raggy. It was a lot deeper than I thought it would be.
Yeah! That's a lot of red! Oh, look at this conveniently placed yellow spot that I just somehow missed!
Yeah, I was gonna say, just missed the little yellow track.
Ugh! Alright, but yeah, no, so with those two here, I'm pretty sure this is the musician, and I don't think they're up. I know they're up. There! They're right there. I do believe I used the zip line to get to them. Ugh, we are going to be starting the zip line network soon enough.
Zip it and ship it.
Oh, baby's getting excited. Rad.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID.
I also like the state of decay of this distro center. The other ones I feel are usually a lot more cleaner looking. This one's got, you know, obvious wear and tear on it.
Thank you. Decontaminating soon. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
Alright, Larry, lost cargo. This should get me at least up to the next star. Rad. Rad. Yes! That is exactly what I wanted.
Nice.
This is also exactly what I needed, too. Look at that. Now I can start storing some materials in there.
Well, yeah, you found a few more of the pavers at least.
Watch your back.
Alright.
Good work.
No, I think... Well, at least up to here we got them. Oh, God, yeah, look at... Let's see here. That one's simple, 300, 1600. Oh, God, look at the amount of fucking ceramics and Cairo crystals we're already going to, like, stupid amounts for. Fuck. Fuck!
Yeah, the crystals are super. I mean, I know why the crystals are high. It's because all of this highway, I think, is suspended like 30 feet in the air.
Because they're assholes. Yeah,
Well,
I think
it's
this
also
literally
so
goes
that you
over... I think this literally goes over the fucking... The camp.
Yeah, it goes over the swamp so you don't have to drive through the river and also can just literally drive past the terrorists.
The terrorists!
I think they take pot shots at you, but they almost never hit you when you're on the overpass. Almost.
Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch.
New order available. Please.
Oh, hey, a new order? For where? You lied to me.
It's new order available because you haven't accepted the regular order.
So... With this, though, I can probably get away with breaking some stuff down. Alright, all's blue. That... Break it down. Offload. And then recycle. Perfect. Oh, actually, I should probably double check the... Yep, get rid of that. Get rid of those. Get rid of that. Keep the customs. All these go in the trash. That goes in the trash. That goes in the trash. That. Those two. Alright.
Well, Lucky sorts out some roads real quick. I'm going to step away. I'm going to go refill my water bottle. Everybody hydrate.
Hydrate.
I'll be right back.
Alright, and then everything on the ground goes into the private locker. Oh, but that reminds me. I need to go add the ammo pouch to me back. Nice shades. Oh, excuse me. Customized backpack. Oh, that's right. This thing's fucking huge! Yeah, it only let me have one grenade pouch. That sucks. This sucks.
Yes, big ammo container.
Yeah, this thing is ungodly big. Like, I'm gonna be real. I should be able to fit it right here. There's no reason why I can't.
Yeah, the bit that doesn't line up sticks up like past the little like clips or rivets, so you should be able to.
But
I
no.
I put my ammo pouches horizontal anyway.
No, I'd rather have my 3 for 1. With the large ammo, like, I need my extra battery. You need it. Omni reflector. Well, I'll hope that the next one maybe is, I don't know, more compact or something. I'm pretty sure there's an upgrade. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, so that's the size of the large ammo pouch in Death Stranding 2, and there is a compact version of that. So I assume that in 1, if that's where they start at, there's also in 2 there's a small spare ammo pouch you start with first.
All right. Well, shoot. Well, let's go see if the bike is, Hey, there's a hot spring there. Let's go see if I can go grab the damn bike and get it back, because otherwise it's gonna fucking bug me.
Have a pleasant journey.
Then we'll go hit the, we'll go drive around to South Knot, hit all the points that we can, and see if anyone has anything for the distro center up here, so we can get some stars on it.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
After that, though, it's gonna be, well, I gotta make a choice for this stream. Either we go into the road grind, or I try to make, the trip to Mountain Knot without the road.
Yeah, I think you can do it without, but I guess, you know, if you put the bomb in a truck, maybe put a floating carrier in the truck.
Game. There we go. Alright, let's see how we're doing on the battery. Not a lot, especially since I'm gonna have to. Come on. Blech.
Beginning
Alright, need it.
scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID.
Alright, so we're able to bring back the trike. That's good.
Battery low. Please charge vehicle.
Yeah, I know, thank you. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna basically we're gonna drive to South Knot, and from South Knot we're gonna pick up orders for this distribution center along the way. So hopefully we can, you know, max out the stars pretty easy. That's my hope anyway.
We can but hope.
And I hope there's like a more compact ammo pouch. I don't remember. So we're in a bit
Also,
of a.
can you rotate? I'm pretty sure you can rotate.
Oh no, I can rotate, but like I said, the problem is when if I rotate it and it sticks, I only have enough room for a single grenade pouch. A single.
This, I suspect, is another reason why they made 2 grenade, because you can fab more, but they made 2 grenade pouches free in Death Stranding 2. They were just like, okay, all right.
No, I think 2 would be good.
A little bit of room to. Need to give you a little bit of room to play with, especially because 2 is actually like for blood grenades, the version of pneumatic grenades. That's and all grenades. I think that's like 10.
Yeah, no, if I could have fit like 2 grenade pouches on there, I've been like, okay, sure, fine, whatever. Ammo and 2 grenades. I'll carry my hematics and I'll carry my stuns. You know, I gotta be a little more judicious with them, which is fine, but no, only going down to 1 grenade pouch, I'm like, no, I can't do it. I like having tactical adaptability, as Omega would put it. Still thinking about Singularity War and stuff. War and stuff. Yeah, right about now, I would love that auto drive. I'm gonna be real, Omega.
Yeah, doing a long drive like this, that would be great.
Okay, there you go, Speed Demon.
What does the speedometer say we're going, Sam? I swear we're only going like 20 miles per hour right about now. Not what I call a speed demon by any stretch of the imagination.
You know, with Sam, I'm never sure. He might be just taking the piss.
Could be taking a piss. Oh, excuse me.
I think he just says that whenever you boost. Like, if you're boosting in a trike, that's fast.
Oh, yeah. So fucking top heavy. I wonder if I can land on a roof if I boost off right here. That could be fun.
Probably. I don't know if that would help you.
Let me double
But
check
I think you got the clearance for it. Oh, there's a lot of chiralium in there.
There is a lot of chiralium in there, I just realized. And there's a ladder, which I find interesting. It's like a permanent ladder. I never really thought about that. Yeah, I've seen it rain here. It doesn't seem like there's actually a lot of BT zones in here, so I might have to come back and pick up said chiralium. Also, I do need to test if...
Also, it's not drastically higher than running. Lucky's got a fucking speed skeleton on. I'm pretty sure Sam sprints as fast as this van goes, if not faster. But, you know, earlier you talked about it being top-heavy, and you're right. And I think that's because of the super boosted suspension.
Yeah, no, like... Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if the truck... I wouldn't say it's not primarily made of ultralight materials, but I have a feeling that this truck doesn't actually weigh as much as one would think. One, because, like, and I think that makes sense in-game, because you don't want to be putting, like, super heavy materials on things that are probably going to go outside and get ruined by timefall.
No, like, I think the structure of this vehicle is very boxy. Technically, I think I do have some, like, small issues. Like, I'm looking at the roof, and I'm looking at that, like, little indent in the slope, and I'm like, that probably shouldn't be that way, because that looks like a rain catchment zone.
Yeah. Well, actually, no, that makes sense, because... No, that I would actually do that, because remember, timefall turns into regular-ass water, so if it hits water, it does nothing. Honestly, thinking about that, if you wanted to protect your stuff, you should have things so that it basically catches water, so after the timefall hits it, it just, you know, hits regular-ass water. You know.
Well, but it takes a little bit for it to get more normal.
Yeah, that's true. There's a point of impact. I'm like, again, I'm not the scientist. I don't know, like, what is the reactive time of timefall from the point of impact to where it, you know, time falls you to it turning into regular water. But even so.
But you know, like the design of the truck is just like a box is like with lightly sloped angles is like almost all of the frame is under the top cover. The cargo box is like completely boxed in. And you've got the ramp up, so you don't need to worry about like any of that. Like honestly, the parts of this truck that I would worry about the timefall is like your fucking wing mirrors.
Oh no, those get rusted pretty fast. Like I said, that Stranding is pretty cool in that you know, as the trucks deteriorate, you'll see like more and more rust. The wing mirrors are like the first things to fucking go, like all the fucking time. It's hilarious.
Yeah, and they would be. I'm not sure exactly how the glass goes.
I don't know. Like, glass, like, does yellow and brittles with time. Especially if it's exposed to the
But
element.
it's the kind of thing about talking about the materials, right? Like, I'm pretty sure, like you said, you talked about, like, how this thing, like, honestly, the truck isn't that heavy. This is probably not, like, a solid steel frame.
No.
Like, unless you would go for, like, one of the more... You can make some very chemical corrosion and weathering resistant steels, but they're still heavy. I would probably go for, like, titanium or aluminum, like, even give it, like, an aluminum shell, so it's, like, lightweight but covered.
Me.
But with your, like, super low, like, super high suspension and super low to the ground, like, you would actually have that, like, center of gravity issue. That's why, like, a truck that, like, hugs the ground it can be better in some cases, because that makes your center of gravity super low.
Yeah, the high center of gravity on this truck makes it a little cray-cray.
You can absolutely roll this truck. On the other hand, the having the super boosted suspension, including the, like, hydraulic lifts to get even more boosted, means you don't have to drive it through water, which may be, like, chiralium contaminated with timefall.
Like he tried to drive one-handed so he could open a soda. It did not work.
He immediately had to take a turn, yeah.
Yeah.
That's another case where the auto drive would be nice. But, like, you know, the truck is very boxy, which means that it's not very hydrodynamic for sure. Even though real cars are super heavy, they absolutely get the shit pushed out of them by water, especially if they have a lot of surface area.
Listen, man, you're not gonna beat water.
Well, that's like the thing about, like, hydraulics and, like, why hydraulic presses work. Water is very special as a substance because you cannot compress it. Water does not compress, which means that you can do unbelievable things with water pressure because it's like the unstoppable force versus the immovable object. It turns out most objects are not unmovable, and so water literally cannot compress. It's like a rule of the universe. It's in the changelog. You can do stupid stuff with hydraulics. That's why there are, like, hydraulic presses work. And we've known about this effect of hydraulics for a long time. I think in the Renaissance era, there were some natural philosophers and scientists who were fucking befuddled by realizing what you could do with hydraulic presses. Like, this seems crazy. You could lift the entire world. Meanwhile, Da Vinci is like, hydraulic crane bridges. And yes, those are in Da Vinci's notebooks. No, there's definitely, especially because it's in the materials to make it, there's definitely metals in it. Parts of it probably are carbon fiber. I don't know. I think carbon fiber's pretty durable.
Carbon fibers are... Yeah?
They're light and strong, and if you use the right kind of, like carbon fibers and ceramics, they can be tough. It's just, timefall is funny because it's like, it increases aging, but, like, actually the chat asked earlier, like, what does that mean? Because of timefall there are areas that are just, like, deep erosion? Kind of. I think they get into it a little in 1, but it's mostly backstory, but it's definitely more obvious in 2. Technically, we don't, like, access the mantle of the Earth anymore because the Death Stranding phenomena also means that the Earth's crust is full of the tar, which is not literal tar, but, you know.
Yeah, no, actually, we kind of talk about this, but this is one of the things about Crater Lake here is, where the bottom of the Crater Lake is not connected to the Earth. The bottom of the Crater Lake is connected to the fucking beach. This is where all the tar comes from.
Yeah, so that's the tar that is inside the Earth's crust and, like, it replaces its oceans in some cases is, like, connected to the afterlife. The upper beach, the final dimension of the nether realm, or whatever the fuck it actually is.
Who knows?
So yeah, there's stuff going on. So, like, eventually, yes, I think there are some areas that where just, like, if you get enough void outs or enough timefall, it just weathers down to, like, a tar pit that is, like, a literal bottomless pit because it goes to a different dimension.
Honestly,
but also. Go ahead.
No, go. I was gonna make a comment about.
I was gonna say, honestly, Timefall, like, that's the thing. I don't think Timefall makes the passage of time happen faster. It does not necessarily increase the actual erosion. Rocks and stuff can be around for a long fucking time, especially if you cement it. Also, yes, saying like everybody's doomed to die. Yes, we're all going to go extinct if we don't fix the universe. That's why Sam is doing this. Actually, like, this is a plot point in 1 and also in 2. Is humanity is still going to go extinct if we don't figure this shit out.
I mean, I know it's like in a long scale, but eventually, like, we're talking like hundreds of million years and stuff, but the sun will eventually go out, you know. Boom.
Yeah.
It's like
that'll happen in real life. We can at least, actually, no, not hypothetically. Humans can leave the Earth right now. That's actually possible.
Yeah.
It's the getting somewhere else. Going somewhere is not an option right now.
Yeah. So it's like one of those things of like, ooh. Yeah. And like I said, we are, it's real easy to end the fucking planet. You all don't understand.
Well, I mean, there's 2 of them in our solar system right now. Mars and Venus were probably once planets that were much more Earth-like, but because of failures in their systems, did not stay that way.
Yeah.
Venus has a runaway greenhouse effect where Venus sucks. It's a terrible place. It's absolute dog shit. The surface of Venus is like twice as hot as anywhere on Earth, and also the air pressure is the same as being underwater, and also it rains acid because of all the volcanic activity. Venus is terrible. Mars is just a dead planet.
God damn it.
It probably had a water cycle. No appropriate standards.
Yeah, no appropriate standards.
Wow. But Mars like once had a water cycle and probably had like an oxygen cycle, but it never developed organic chemistry, or if it did, they were so primitive they didn't survive the fact that Mars doesn't have enough of a magnetosphere on its own to prevent solar wind and shit from just stripping oxygen atoms. So their atmosphere just eventually became all carbon dioxide. Also, Mars is super cold because they don't have a warm blanket, but
not
you can get
anymore.
over
There's
that.
a blanket.
Actually, let me see if I can find what the mean surface temperature of Mars is.
But yeah, no. There has been proof that there was water on Mars for like ever.
Yeah, there's literally signs of like liquid water on Mars, and Mars has always had water on it. It's just we couldn't see it very well. But Mars has polar ice caps too. Average temperature is around -63 C, which is -81 F.
We got gear that can survive that. Like not even going like
But
full,
also-
not like full Astro gear.
But also, the climate in the like equatorial climate can get much warmer. Let me see if I can find the cap here. Temperature, here we go. Surface temperatures may reach around 68 Fahrenheit at noon on the equator.
That's quite a
So
belt then.
Yes, in summer on the equator on Mars, it's a pleasant 70 degrees Fahrenheit, baby. Oh, apparently there have even been some like surface temperatures that have gotten into like the 80s or 90s.
Cool.
But that'll be because, like I said, Mars does not have like a magnetosphere and ozone, so there's a lot of there. You could probably walk outside on Mars around the equator, yeah, in summer. The ambient air pressure is a little low, so I don't know if you'd get like altitude sickness from just walking around. You need a respirator, obviously, because the atmosphere of Mars is like 80% carbon dioxide, way past human toxicity.
Yeah, no, I think mostly probably be the air.
No, go ahead, finish.
Yeah, no, I think it mostly be air pressure and whatever's in fucking... And, you know, whatever you be breathing, that's a problem. Not necessarily the temperature.
I mean, if you go to, like, in the shade or the polar regions or, like, winter...
Yeah, no, you
that
die.
could, like I said, get pretty cold, but...
Yeah, you'll die of exposure
we
there.
have blankets for that kind of stuff. You know,
Yeah.
you can make it. But chat was asking, like, you know, people thought dried waterways were once roads on Mars. Yes, stuff like that happened. Also, there are... again, because the atmosphere of Mars is really interesting and, like, talking about, like, the weathering effects of time, there's some really cool terrain on Mars. Literally, Noctis Labyrinthus, the Labyrinth of Night, is, like, just a huge crisscross of canyons. I think Google Earth still has, like, some of our best, like, sky maps of Mars. If you get the actual download version. It might also work on the, like, Google Maps website. But yeah, look at Mars geography sometime. It's fucking sick. It's metal as hell. But, through early telescopes, people didn't know what these shadows were, so yes, there was thoughts that there were like roads and canals on Mars because they were shockingly orderly for naturally occurring structures. And yes, we are pretty sure they're naturally occurring because, you know, we've actually put probes and rovers on Mars, which have gotten up-close looks. Also fun astronomy fact, this is why all of the regions on the moon are named Mare, sea, because early telescopes saw dark spots and were like, oh, are those oceans on the moon? No, they're just recesses, but we call them that. Lunar geography also has lots of really cool names.
My path here has vanished because I haven't run down here recently. A little bit of a pain. Oh yeah, no, like paths vanished. Like this vanished. My path to the film director vanished. My route over there vanished. Elder Path still going strong.
Well, you ran that one a while.
Yeah. This Peter one still lasts, but my last Peter one left. Some of the running around I did over there is gone. Yeah, what kills me is this one is still here from when I did the junk dealer. I'm like, why?
I mean, I think if you're in online mode, the paths still do fade. It's just the odds that you'll find a person's path will stay because they'll be running their own routes back and forth.
And also, I guarantee you, people don't generally follow like trails. People just kind of run.
I mean, I think depending on the terrain, you can just path through paths, because they do like you've talked about before. They do remove some smaller and stuff. They can get pretty easy.
Medicine and drinks for a hangover. You have to go back up to this and come back. God damn it. By mules, Carol Artist. Okay.
Kill for an excavator or pickaxe with the rocks. Yes, that's like genuinely. I think like I don't know like where the story ends up in Death Stranding, but I'm pretty sure because they didn't showcase it in the trailers. We're not doing it. But if we do get a Death Stranding 3, the mechanic I need to see is Sam. You need to get yourself a fucking climbing pick or an ice axe and some fucking pitons, brother. Like, we have climbing anchors, but those are just straight vertical posts you drive into the ground. And you can string together ladders in Death Stranding, too. Being able to, like, actually, like, run climbing ropes would be pretty neat. Another interesting thing I think they added for 2, I'm pretty sure it wasn't in 1, is guideposts.
Guideposts.
Yeah, so they come in little packs of 3 or 4, like, climbing anchors, and they basically they have 2 purposes. One, they act as light sources, because there's a day-night cycle now, so they are basically lampposts you can set up anywhere. Just drive them into the ground like climbing anchors. But also, because they are kind of structures, they show up on your map, so you can use them as waypoints for your route.
Oh, okay.
I've only unlocked them recently, so I haven't really been fucking around with them. But they seem like a neat way to like, you know, mountain areas where there aren't roads, and you do have to kind of like follow trails and paths and passes.
Yeah, I'm about to say, like, in this game, you really don't need it. Like, there's, like, at no point does I really feel like my visibility really gets fucked. Like, we get foggy off on the distance, but that's not too bad.
Honestly, I think that's just that's a video game trick. You know, so that the machine doesn't need to render the high quality rocks of that mountain over there.
Yeah.
Kind of a thing until you zoom in. But yeah, even in like pitch timefall or snowfall, there's not like whiteout or blackout conditions in this game. Whereas in Death Stranding 2, obviously they got a little more juice in the base version of the game, so like you can absolutely get whiteout or blackout conditions. You know, it's funny you say you stopped like just after running into the first bandit camp. Like there, you got to cross into a ruined city there and like literally cross the border, and there is a 100% game-enforced sandstorm that hits that town as you go through. So you get to experience right away like you can't see shit conditions. And honestly, at night in heavy timefall in BT areas, usually the game has a feature where at least in Australia the BT areas get kind of like an ominous red sky glow. But they're still fucking dark out there. Like light sources actually matter.
Oh, hell yeah. We
Right,
got a
there.
fucking metal and ceramic delivery. Let's fucking go. Let's see here. Is that the only thing, though? Looks like it. Okay. That's okay.
It is kind of interesting because, like, the PCC is still only 5 structures.
Really?
Yeah, like, at least in the selection wheel. And it is level 1, so I don't know if there'll be a level 2 that'll add more. Because I haven't seen I haven't seen bunkers yet, like rest shelters.
Mhm.
But the 5 the level 1 gives you is the bridge, watchtower, generator, timefall shelter, and what's the 5th one?
Postbox?
I feel like I'm... Yes, post boxes. That's right. You can build your own post boxes still. I almost never do that because the game once again gives you a couple of free ones in the wild. I have never felt the desire to build a post box to store shit in the middle of nowhere.
No. Oh, God. Okay, never mind. That's a big-ass load. Fuck.
Well, you did do maximum over delivery. You get a shitload of star points for it, though.
Yeah, I was gonna go hit up fucking... Yeah, but I think we'll just drive there and then we'll drive over to fucking, Lake Knot and see about maybe getting some guys over there. Jesus.
Prepare which other truck?
Yeah.
Do you have a truck in storage?
Yeah, I had another truck in storage, so it's like instead of just, you know, pulling it out, I mean, dropping it off and pulling it out, it's like, just swap trucks.
Yeah, that truck will, if you have them in your garage, they will be repaired. The only vehicle you can't repair are mule trucks.
Wait, was that? No, that's south of Leth, I think. So that's right.
Yeah. I do like at least, I don't know if they actually give you this justification in 1. I do like at least in 2. Fucking Dollman gave me a little comment like, oh yeah, Sam, even if you steal bandit trucks, we can't store those. You never know, they might be booby trapped. We can't be too careful. And you're like, no, Dollman, you're not wrong.
Still got it.
Honestly, like I was telling myself, I'm not gonna play Death Stranding 2, but Mega keeps talking about it. I'm all like, fuck, I want to play Death Stranding 2.
It's really good. You can play it a little bit. It's a treat. Like I said, I've been jamming it pretty heavily. I think I said a tweet about how I'm like, man, Dollman's a real one. Literally, one of your conversation options with him is like, Sam, I can't help you fight in combat, but feel free to throw me at the enemies so I can distract them. No, I don't think we have plans to stream Death Stranding 2 right away.
Not right away, no. Like I said, it's gonna be another long for a game, and honestly, like, God, I'm like, honestly, I don't even think we're halfway through Death Stranding 1 right now. Like, I feel that like once we get into this area, it's not like we're not halfway through in terms of gameplay, because like I said, the final area is just kind of I don't want to call it the long hallway, but it's a long hallway. But there are cutscenes and special segments and backtracking and like all this other stuff. So I was actually thinking about it. I was like, no, I don't actually think we're actually at the halfway point. This series might go on for like 20 total. Maybe 15. Between 15 and 20, I'm feeling. And this is with me already, doing, background stuff to do. Like, honestly,
I don't think we've touched, every little thing, because, like, I don't know if you resolved, like, the sneaking into that one stealth area, right?
Yeah, no. I don't think that's done either, so it's like, I don't know, like, what's particularly left. Yeah, no, like, after we get done with Death Stranding, probably, like, Omega will probably pick up Sly 3. Like I said, I want to block out, actually, I probably want to try and block out all of Fall for horror games, actually, now that I think about it. There's no way we're going to beat, like, some of them in just, like, 4 weeks. Especially if we just go back to our Monday only. Because, like I said, I knew this was going to be long. That's why I requested Omega we do extra streams throughout the week, so we can, like, make more prog on it.
We're streaming, if you don't know, somehow. Well, first of all, we're already streaming on a Thursday, but we've been doing, like, streaming Death Stranding, depending on the circumstances, like, 2 or 3 times a week for 5 hours, starting early, ending a little later.
Yeah.
Because it is a game that is very, very long, very methodical, lots of this going on, driving back and forth.
And like I said, this is not even to talk about me playing, like, off-screen, just doing, box and deliveries, building roads, gathering resources and stuff. Like, honestly, I'm a little miffed that the drop-off to the distro center up top was kind of nothing. I was hoping for a bit more story for us to chew on, but we're immediately back to, the gameplay loop. Like, again, I don't hate the gameplay loop. God, I am so excited to hear about those lovely improvements. Just the auto drive. An auto drive and music player sounds so good to me. You don't even understand.
Yeah, no, it's good for vibes. And guess what? The music player only works while you're connected to the network, so it's only good for when you're driving through old areas. Like, when they give you actual story deliveries to advance the network, you can't be jamming out.
But no, so, like... Yeah, we probably got enough time to get, like, in a Sly 3 before Vault. Well, if we keep going the route in, that means we'll probably be here for another 5 weeks. That'll put us into August, probably, before we're done with this.
Sly 3's a little longer, but... slightly longer streams, at least on the normal Monday block.
Well, if it goes into December, that's not a problem. But like once we get done with Sly 3, probably want to definitely start hitting up some horror games. Like I've been thinking about it. Like me and Omega could probably play either like Resident Evil 5 or Resident Evil 6, maybe Dead Space 3, do co-ops, or one of us can take control for Resident Evil 7. Like I said, I won't call myself like a super fan of Resident Evil, but I do like the games. It's like
the games have been through a lot, and they are very iconic. I think that like RE4 obviously, which we did do the RE4 remake, and also I think you in earlier styles of streaming when you would just pick random days to stream alone for like 6 hours. I think you did a decent chunk of RE4.
No, I beat RE4 on it, yeah. Because I beat all of
but
I think that was another like horror month thing. I did like all 3 Fear games, and
yeah, that one I know I was here for at least in the audience, if not we were actually in a Discord call chilling for years with them. Yeah. Fear was a trip. But like RE4 obviously super iconic to like literally reinventing RE not just as survival horror but as action horror, which kind of like changed its vibes. 5 very iconic for its co-op, and influencing I think several other games that do that co-op feature. 7 is another one where like they still give you a decent amount of tools and stuff, but also like really reinvented their vibe with the first-person switch.
Hey, Sam.
I think I've said this before. It would probably be better if you was driver's seat on 7, because you still don't know a whole lot about the game. I have watched people play it through several times.
Give me another star!
Fear 1, super good, very iconic. Fear 2's a little weird because, like, I think in retrospect, a lot of people point out correctly that they were doing a thing where they were trying to make it a little more simplified to appeal to the console port, more like action set pieces. But I still like what they were going for with 2. Fear 3, like a lot of other 3 games, was weird. They did some weird mechanics and some weird story beats. Also, we kept getting in helicopters. Oh my god, we have to stop getting in helicopters. It has literally never worked, I think, in any of the Fear games. God, you want to talk about games, game franchises and stuff that I'd love to see. This one, at least, we can't do right now because I don't have a working PS3, and also, I don't even think you can... I'm not even sure. I think Killzone 1 was on PS2.
Oh.
But I would love if they did a I don't think they're gonna, because, like, we've talked about this before. Sony is actually pretty hands-off with their devs most of the time, leaves them their own devices. I don't think Sony is gonna, like, poke Guerrilla to do, like, a Killzone 3 remake or remaster, so it, like, or Killzone Trilogy, I should say, so that you can play them on something. But, like, yeah, Axe saying, like, doing a Killzone retrospective. I would actually love to do that. I jumped in with 2, but, like, those games are, like, very iconic, and I don't think they really lost the plot until the PS4 game, Shadowfall, which was clearly just like, oh shit, we have to make a new game for the new console generation. What do we do? I did not like Shadowfall. I think I've said this before. I paid $2 for Shadowfall on a PlayStation Network sale. I regret doing so. It was $2 too many. And I don't say that of a lot of video games. $2 is a very low price point for me to get invested. $2 was a little too much for Killzone Shadowfall. But I would want to do that as a run through sometime, but it's just really hard to do because even if I had a working PS3, then I would have to like get an HDMI splitter to fucking capture it because the PS3 has built-in HDCP. How many Killzone games are there? Is it 5 or 6? Was there 2 PSP games? Because there's 3 numbered. There's Liberation, which was the mobile port. And then there's Shadowfall. I think that might be it. I don't remember if there was another one.
All right, now we have a more efficient battery. Thank God. I can now do more.
Also, no, you cannot. They were never PC ported. That's a thing Sony wasn't doing for forever, especially because they were PS3 exclusives for like Killzone 1 and 2. You might be able to stream them. I don't have PS Premium because that's a lot of money to get the ability to stream PS3 games. But also, I don't know about like OBS capturing and streaming to YouTube while I am downstreaming a video game to my PS5. I don't know if I got the juice for that. I don't got, fiber internets, y'all. Yes, the original Killzone was on the PS2. That was in 2004, damn. There was a Killzone trilogy for PSN. Oh! That's really interesting. Sorry, I didn't realize this. Sony didn't buy Guerrilla. They funded Killzone 1. They didn't buy Guerrilla until 2005, which was after the game came out.
They must have liked it.
But yeah, no. There was an HD. I mean, it wasn't the Halo killer like they thought it was gonna be, but it was still pretty good. Yeah, no, there's the original Killzone has only been released on PS2 and PS3. It's on PS2, so there might be an emulation of it. PS2 emulation is pretty reliable. PS3 emulation is one of those things that's still kind of a roulette wheel. I know Sony has said several times they're working on like in-house emulators because I presume that Sony has realized that, hey, it's a really good way to generate revenue and generate buzz for PSN or PS Plus if you can be like, hey, you can fucking buy the whole Killzone trilogy for like $10 a pop. It is, by the way, PlayStation Network's and PS Plus's like 15th anniversary. To start off the celebrations, right now you can get Cyberpunk for free on PS Plus. I think it's the extra tier.
That's rad. No Phantom Liberty, but...
No, but they're running a limited time sale for like 30% off Phantom Liberty as well if you're a PS Plus member. So like they've got the wombo combos, you know. And I think they showed off some good games coming out. PS Plus July. Yeah, they got Planet Zoo. Abiotic Factor is going to be a day one release.
I forgot what that one's about.
90 sci-fi Twitch risk characterization. Multiplayer open world survival crafting. That's the... You know, it's you kind of wander around up to 6 players as scientists. I think we said that might be good. I'll see if I can grab the trilogy. Banisher's Ghost of New Eden is coming to PS Plus. That was a game I thought looked neat, but wasn't going to go out of my way to buy. So that's a good PS Plus pickup. Risk of Rain 2, Tropico 6, New World Eternum, a couple of Twisted Metals games if you've got premium. And they say they've got more coming.
I believe it. Probably going to be bringing but no, I heartily recommend Cyberpunk. I heartily recommended Cyberpunk day one. Fuck all you people out there.
Honestly, getting it on PS5, perfectly fine.
Yeah. Why not? It's cool. Fulfill your Cyberpunk dreams.
I'll check the
And by fulfill your Cyberpunk dreams, I mean get killed by your Cyberpunk dreams.
Also, not at all. You can't even... I mean, you might be able to stream them for sure, but I'm not sure. You can get Killzone Liberation, the PSP game, has a port, which is free if you've got PS Plus, and is $9.99 normally. And then it's Shadowfall, that's it. You cannot access any of the Killzone games on PlayStation Network, which I and a lot of Sony fans think is a crying shame. But like I said, I don't know how like keen Guerrilla is to do that work, because they are presumably busy making the third and hope. I swear to God, if it's not the final Horizon game,
it's got to be the final one. There's no reason to drag it out. If they want to start like spin off a new trilogy, maybe. But no, this is definitely better than like the end of Aloy's story.
Yeah, I think they're doing a 3-act structure. Yeah, so like this will be the conclusion.
Like, because the concept is fun
yeah,
and they can do more with it, but the Aloy trilogy should end at the end of the trilogy. Excuse me.
Well, and also it's going to be one of those things where like it's going to get tiring for them to end every game with like, and Aloy, there's so much more you didn't know yet, because like that's how like the first one ends, as you realizing like, oh, you thought that was bad? No, there's a bigger, wider conflict engulfing the whole world. And then, slight spoilers, I guess, if you haven't played Forbidden West, but it's been out for several years now. But Forbidden West ends with, no, Aloy, you don't understand. There's a whole wide space of problems beyond this Earth that you need to get ready to deal with. You need to fix the Earth so we can stop the space problems, Aloy.
God.
So if Horizon 3 ends with, no, Aloy, you don't understand. There are time-traveling extragalactic aliens you have to prepare for. I'm gonna eat my hat.
No, the thing I need for the third one is for us to weaponize all the mecha robots in this giant warfare. Can we get a Horizon turn-based strategy where we get to command units of fucking robot dinosaurs? That'd be great. Thank you.
Give me Horizon War. That would be pretty cool. Yeah, instead of Halo Wars, it's Horizon Wars. That would be a fun spin-off. But no, like I said, Sony seems very hands-off with their developers.
Ooh, Horizon
We've
Tactics,
talked
that's a
before
good
about
name.
how Horizon Tactics is another good one as well. That's another common abbreviation for strategy spin-offs. But, like, sometimes I think Sony's hands-offness is to their detriment. Like, I think, honestly, a lot of the snafus at Bungie are probably because Sony was way too much, yeah, we're going to buy you, but you keep doing your own thing. We're not going to come in and, like, fuck with you. And then it's like, well,
I guess we're
Bungie is
gonna
struggling. They're not super popular. Man, you gotta get this thing going on. But, like, you know, I've talked about this before where, like, you know, Bloodborne fans see every Sony State of Play or showcase that goes by, PlayStation Showcase that goes by without a Bloodborne, like, PC port or PS5 remaster as, like, a personal attack. Sony must hate us. They must hate the game. No, I'm sure Sony loves that Bloodborne exists. It's just, like, it's not been confirmed, but like I said, I read an interview with Shuhei Yoshida where he talked about this. Unofficially, he hasn't actually been in any of these meetings with FromSoft, but he said, as a former guy at Sony, that Bloodborne was actually one of the games that Hidetaka Miyazaki liked the most, and the one that sounds like he would want to be personally involved in. So, because he's busy working on shit like Elden Ring, Night Rain, and the New Blood and stuff, presumably, you know, for Nintendo now, he doesn't have the time to work on, like, porting Bloodborne or making a second Bloodborne. So Sony isn't, like, gonna do that shit without their say-so, right? Like, it was probably... FromSoft probably said to Sony, like, yeah, hey, we don't care about Demon's Souls. You can get Bluepoint to remaster that, kind of a thing.
They probably don't actually care about Demon's Souls now that I think about it. It's very experimental.
That's what it's called. Honestly, I'm kind of... I've seen some Night Rain stuff. I'm like, man, it's... the thing is, I need probably to go on a little bit of sale so I can convince several of my friends to jump in Night Rain.
Yeah, I'm gonna be real. I'm not super interested in Night Rain. I'm only gonna be interested in Night Rain if I'm gonna be playing it with someone else.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, I need it to go on like a small discount on the PlayStation Store, so I can be like, yo, Lucky, let's get some Night Rain. Also, it would be great for sure if they haven't done it yet, but if they add duos, would make it easier.
I was gonna check
convincing one of your friends to buy Elden Ring Night Rain is a lot easier than convincing two of your friends to buy Night Rain. But yeah, like, it's just one of those things where, like, yeah, I don't think Sony gets in there. And honestly, to do a little, since Lucky's just driving back and forth, we can do a little mini podcasting here. There have been, you know, after a round of, first of all, I think it was a couple weeks ago now, but, like, Microsoft Xbox laid off a shitload of people across multiple studios, canceled a lot of projects.
I think it was like 9,000 people.
Yeah, like 9,000 total. I know for a fact that while the like studio isn't shuttered, John Romero's new studio, Romero Games, they were on contract with Xbox, and Microsoft's not publishing that game anymore, so they're kind of in the wind hunting for a publisher.
Oh no, I remember reading about that. Yeah. So far, allegedly, Phil Spencer and Xbox spokespeople have said that OD and Kojima Productions are still, the partnership's still on. But also, Phil Spencer speaks with the forked tongue of a liar. Literally earlier this year, he was like, oh, we're super excited for Rare's new game. Guess what? That was one of the projects that they canceled, and they fired a bunch of people at Rare. So, like... I think we're really seeing, like, Microsoft personally, their personal bubble is bursting. Their model of buying up a shitload of studios was unsustainable. Oh, gee, who could have guessed?
And also, there has been, more recently, a new round of criticisms about Game Pass. Arcane Studios' founder, and Arcane still exists because the original Lyon branch is still open in France. I'm pretty sure Arcane Austin has closed, though, so their second studio is done, though. But he levied a complaint that basically, like, straight up saying that Game Pass actually is harmful to Xbox, like, big AAA first-person titles.
Well, yeah.
And Microsoft has come as close as they've ever come to admitting it, because they used to say that Game Pass is profitable. They now say that it's like... There's some kind of caveat for it. I forget the specific language, but they, like, offset it. So, like, it is definitely one of those things that's like, even they can't straight up say to investors that Game Pass is profitable. I think I understand what they were going for, what the strategy was. I joke a lot about being Phil Spencer's idea, and he definitely made some of the executive decisions. Like, literally, there are emails about the Bethesda acquisition that he sent out, which are like Phil Spencer literally being like, guys, we cannot let Sony get exclusives on Bethesda's new thing. We have to buy them. This was about Starfall, by the way, which makes it even funnier.
Yeah, no.
That was the hip new thing that Phil Spencer said we have to spend a shitload of money on. Not even the brand new Elder Scrolls, not even a brand new Fallout. It was Starfield. And genuinely, I think being an Xbox exclusive has like made people more lukewarm about Starfield. Like, it's not perfect, obviously, but like those games do console sales.
Honestly, I'm thinking about, I don't know anyone who owns an Xbox.
I'm pretty sure if we pulled our Discord, we'd probably find some people, because we have quite a lot of people in our Discord. By the way, that's another weird news bit. Discord raised their like default member cap on servers, like just normal public servers, from like 250,000 to like 5 million or some shit. Crazy numbers.
I bet there's some Discord communities that need those numbers, specifically for like certain like online communities, following certain groups or whatever.
Yeah, public community servers for like super big fandoms, or even like super big like social games. Like I know there's a shitload of gacha Discords that they do run social media stuff through. Like I don't think, yeah, I'm pretty sure FGO is a little too old to have a dedicated like English Discord. But if they did, they're a game that allegedly has like 28 million downloads. I think was our last number. So if you got even half those people to sign up to a Discord, that would work, even with the 5 million cap. But yeah, no. So like, there's some very interesting things going back and forth. But yeah, I think genuinely like the problem with or rather I should rephrase myself. I think I understand the strategy of Game Pass. Xbox's idea was to create the walled garden. They wanted to Appleify stuff, right? They wanted to make it so that like, no, you don't understand. If you don't want to pay us full price for our video games, you have to join Game Pass. And therefore, once you join Game Pass and all your games are on Game Pass, you'll never leave Game Pass, right? Like, the idea, I think, was that they were going to try and Netflixify this and make it so that you pay a subscription to Game Pass forever.
Forever!
Which you might still do anyway. But the problem is that by committing to putting a lot of their very expensive, very long dev time games on Game Pass day one, is that Microsoft is basically double dipping in profit loss, because they were spending a shitload of money to buy studios, and then those studios who are now on Microsoft's bill are spending a shitload of money to develop these games, and they're not immediately making those games money back.
And the problem
Whereas,
is
like,
if Microsoft doesn't put those games on Game Pass, well, people get angry.
Yeah, because people already ask Sony, like, hey, why don't you put more of your games on PS Plus day and date? And Sony, I think, has done the thing correctly, which is like, no, we're not going to do that for our AAA games. We want you to buy those games at full price, ideally. And if that's too much of a sticker shock for you, wait.
Yeah.
Wait it out. And that's where something like Death Stranding 2 and the original Death Stranding, like, work, right? Because, like, yes, Sony has probably spent quite a lot of money on like, making sure Hideo Kojima had everything he fucking needs to make the video game he wanted to make. There were probably still, like, time concerns and budgetary concerns, but we've talked about this before. Generally, developers say, even third-party developers say that, like, Sony PlayStation Studios are super supportive, super hands-off. Like, I know that the team for, like, Final Fantasy 16 and FF7 Rebirth were both like, yeah, no, Sony has been super helpful to us. But honestly, probably because Square isn't a first-party studio, it's still probably a little too expensive to develop those games currently to be complete exclusives, which is why you're seeing shit like FF7 is going to be on the Switch 2, and FF16 is like just released their Xbox port and stuff like that. Like, they need the extra market share to make sure they're making all their money back, even with Sony signing checks. But with, like I said, with Death Stranding, you know, all that shit goes. Oh, poor boys.
You guys need a lift?
That would be rad. I don't think you can do that because there's not enough space. And I don't know why, but porters in this game, even in Death Stranding 2, always travel in pairs. Do they have a buddy system? Is that how that works?
Probably.
Honestly, a good idea.
All right, let's fucking wait. Am I? No, I'm not there. It's around the bend.
Yeah, this is another one where, like, I really wish I could just build my own road extension. Just so you always know where the fucking turnoff is.
Here it is. All right, gonna try and make it. I'm gonna try and make it. Let's see if I can do it without completely losing my shit. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
Like, I don't know how, like, profitable PS2 is gonna be. Nice, perfect. No notes.
Perfect.
But I think that, like, not putting it out on PS Plus right away is going to give Sony the sales numbers they want, because a lot of people are like, yeah, no, this is why I bought a PS5 for this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure.
You know, I
Like
paid
you
full
should
price.
spend you should spend money for good games. Like Sony has gone on. It's like they want to save their day and date for games that they, you know, I'm not gonna say like this is what they say, but they said basically quote unquote neat. Something that they want to, you know, showcase or get out there, you know.
Yeah, basically, they want to use day and date releases as, like, not only just incentives for you to subscribe, but also to showcase games that might be too small for people to pick up, like, just on a whim. Death Stranding 2, Hideo Kojima is literally doing a world tour right now to celebrate the release, right? Like, he is out there doing press. People probably don't... I mean, I know some people... I did see a couple of Reddit posts from people being like, oh, that game came out? You know, I only knew there were trailers a while ago, and I'm like, the release date has been public for a while? And literally, like, there, but also, I admit, I'm a little biased because, like, I follow Hideo Kojima on Twitter, so yeah, I fucking noticed when the game came out.
I'm sorry, is that just an electrical outlet just on the fucking floor there? What is this? Why?
Outlet? Is that not a latch? Or a rivet? It looks like a fucking tri-phase outlet. Maybe that's what the texture team used it for. That is not places where I would put those outlets. Especially the way this fucking place works. God, Timefall in an outlet socket? Ugh. Speaking of Timefall, look at all the frame rust.
Yep. Bonk.
Well, luckily they had the parking blocker right there.
A little bit of juice, and we go.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
But, like, yeah, this game does have a very big marketing budget and is doing actual press touring.
Keep on keeping on.
Hey guys, you mind? You just got carbon? What?
Yeah. Medium carbon. I guess they need carbon here. Thanks, fibers. Those guys were very blasé. The porters in Death Stranding 2 haul ass whenever I'm anywhere near them in a truck. It's a little funny the other way. They will fucking do hardcore dives.
Oh no, sometimes these guys dive too, but
Maybe it's because you weren't boosting, you were just normal driving.
Yeah. But no, like I don't remember what you said earlier about like people like, oh yeah, you're talking about Bloodborne, but no, definitely I am lucky starting to get more and more sick of the internet as I feel people are getting way more entitled and it's driving developers to make decisions that they probably shouldn't. But I'm just like, internet, why do I hate you so much, but why do I need you so much?
I wonder if anyone's watching.
Makes me very sad.
There's still a lot of cool stuff on the internet, but also we're getting to, like, you know, dead internet theory and shit too.
So many people online yelling about stuff thinking that they have entitlement because no one's gonna slap them in the fucking face. Can I get that as my job? Can I just, you know, get addresses of people who are being little shits, go to their house and slap the fuck out of them.
Or gotta put them in the box.
So you don't even have to pay me. I'll do that as volunteer work.
I mean, I do think I've talked about this before. I do kind of feel like this is a lot of our problems in society right now. Is that like in the 80s and 90s and even in the early 2000s, being a nerd, being a dork was not mainstream. It was not cool, and as a result, you had to do stuff like obviously the things we talk about now about like quote unquote hiding your power level and stuff, but also just like people approach their hobbies in a different way. And I think some of this is seen, like, you still feel the kind of, like, psychological after effects, the kind of trauma of this in stuff like certain gatekeeping attitudes about, you know, hobbies and stuff, where people are like, no, the normies will ruin it. This is a little true, but only of some things.
And there's also that, like, you know, games, like, players and fans will, like, think they know what's best for the game, and you know, if the developers are not doing said thing, well, they are clearly working with the devil, and we should form an unruly mob.
Yeah, that's the entitlement thing you're talking about, where if you get too gatekeepy and keep too much about that, you get like insular and echo chambery, and it means that like your ideas get stifled because you're demanding that you just get served the same shit over and over again, and that's not good either. Like,
no, so
you gotta let people like stretch their wings a little.
No, we gotta let. I was like, I think like it's perfectly fine to have like your opinions and have things you like and dislike, and you know, want things to be changed and to be better. But there's a difference between, you know, having an opinion and being an entitled little shit. And I feel like we're having too much of people are being entitled little shits. I'm just like,
too many people are because they have the free reign are ready to jump online and phrase their opinions as this is my correct one true single desire, and it's like that's not how it is.
It's not how it is. And the problem is if you try to talk back about this, people like, because you know this is the internet and you can find people who have bad opinions can find other people with bad opinions. It's like, God. Then they just gang up on you, and you're just all like, I am like,
or even worse, you can get shit like groupthink, where like people have like unconvinced or median opinions, but you get enough loudmouths with bad opinions, you can actually like change shit.
And it's so bad.
Sometimes that's okay. Like there are weird cases where like that kind of like weird groupthink stuff like makes people extra battery level 4.
Level 4, Jesus. I don't think that was in the original.
There are cases where like people, I don't remember a lot of level 4 stuff in the base game. You get weird cases where like you get this kind of like apologism for stuff. Like the prequel trilogy of Star Wars has gone through like a fucking renaissance where people like, because a lot of people who were kids when it came out and thus you did not have very detailed tastes. I'll say it because I was a kid when a lot of that stuff came out. I was a kid when I watched the original trilogy of Star Wars. You know, you didn't take a critical eye to it, and now people are just like, man, remember the memes and stuff. And I will say, the prequel trilogy is much more memey than the sequel trilogy. There are some memes in the sequel trilogy. There are not as many good ones, though. But like there's been a lot of that going around where just like people just kind of like recycle themselves into being like, oh, those were good always. They were always good. Everything's fine.
No,
and it's like that is definitely not what people thought back in the day.
No, and I'm just like, I want people to have opinions and be able to express their opinions, but I want them to do it in a way that is not akin to a screeching monkey. It's like, you can have your thoughts, you can talk about them, we can discuss. Everyone's, you know, a human. I won't say an adult, but but you know, we can talk together and not just try to push this singular narrative that you have that benefits your views and nothing else.
And that's unfortunately, I think, kind of the problem, because like, not to get too real with chat at 3 hours in, but I think that's kind of the reason why the world's in the state it is right now, is that there's a handful of people in power. Ooh, chunky battery. But there's a handful of people who have gotten where they are by just literally lying and gaslighting and manipulating people who it turned out were pretty easy to manipulate. And so we just exist in an era where there is a certain trend of like controlling thought where just, no, if you just bully people into accepting your version of reality, it becomes true, even if it's objectively not. And like, there are people who realize this grift is going on and just do it. And it kind of sucks. Can you fit your grenade pouches vertically in that? Will that work?
Yeah, no, if I go for the ones, if I can get... Let's see here. One.
Yeah. You should be able to put at least 2.
2. Oh, can I get the third one? Yeah! There we go.
Nice.
There we go.
Good use of space.
Perf. Okay.
Also, I realized that Sam's backpack has the second clip in this game. It's just he's using it constantly for his dream catcher.
Yeah.
Yeah, in DS2 you can actually equip 2 at the same time because you're not carrying it by default.
All right, perfect. I have used all the space, and with that I can carry more ammo.
And you got better batteries. Nice.
Perf. We're moving up. So yeah, no, this is Lucky complaining about people again, you know. But it's just one of those things of like, no, I can talk about it here. Nikkei's doing their next big update soon, and they did one of their seasonal letters in which they, you know, highlight some things. And it turns out that we are going to be getting the Chinese quality of life that get like their Discord, their Twitter, everyone on their social medias sites have been screeching for, because, you know, heaven forbid, you know, one server gets something that another one does. And well, I was never against people saying like, hey, maybe we should get that quality of life too. It was the way that people went about it that like really, really turned me off. People saying that, you know, people acting like basically Shift Up basically, you know, murdered their fucking family, and you know they need revenge.
Yeah.
You know, people screaming,
Right,
you know,
like
enough is enough.
The fact that like you were somehow personally slighted that another server you don't have access to got something that you didn't have. Even though I do believe that the reason why some of those things happened in the Chinese servers we talked about was because, like, because there are changes to the Chinese version.
Yeah, no, because, well, China has specific laws in terms of, you know, gaming and gambling and stuff that the new server had to you know, adhere to. And the quality of life changes were good and stuff, and, you know, I'm, like, we're getting them, and I'm glad to see them, but I did not start yelling and screaming and saying that Shift Up is treating global like second-class citizens, or that Shift Up is basically pandering to, you know, the Chinese finances.
Is there anyone more cretinous than loud gacha fans? You're just reminding me of all the times everybody says shit like, chat, you may not remember, but I remember the fucking years where everybody was like, oh, Type Moon and Delightworks hates global. They hate the English server. They don't give us anything.
And I'm just like, the thing that like kills me is like, I'm pretty sure Shift Up was always planning on giving us the quality of life. They just could not do it immediately because we have a game that is 2 years older than the server they just released. They have to basically like shift through 2 years worth of content and programming and all that bloat to, you know, slack these things in here, plus doing all the programming, debugging, translations, and all that stuff to do that. But because there was such an outcry of it, I'm pretty sure that Shift Up has moved that schedule up and now has to push other things back. Like they're talking about how they had to delay the next story chapters, and they say is because they had to work on the Stellar Blade collab and stuff. But I don't believe that that's how it is, because events are planned and programmed ahead of time. I believe it's because there was such a shitstorm on their social media that they decide, oh, we need to move this up and get it growing now so we can say that we're working on it before, you know, we like get fucking review bomb for all this stuff. So these people screeching for things that really aren't that important. Their quality of life, they're nice, but they're nothing game changing, has basically pushed the game back. And I'm just like, Why? I'm like,
Yeah, and I know for a fact that like as annoying as social media is in America, like when we're talking about fan bases that are entitled, when shit gets bad in Korea, it gets real bad. Like they will hire fucking like vans with loudspeakers to protest outside your offices bad, which you thankfully I don't think you can get away with in America because somebody else would hear you doing that and they would be like, I'm calling the cops, noise complaint, get this fucker out of here. Send him to Guantanamo Bay.
mods, send them to Guantanamo.
Terrible thing to do. Funnily enough, actually, I think it's been enough years we can make that joke about Guantanamo Bay. I don't even know if we use that place anymore.
I don't know. I think didn't it get shut down during Obama's?
I believe allegedly we were going to step down. We were going to step that process down, and that got finished somewhere in the past 10 years.
But it's like, and yes, no, the Chinese Summer Daytime thing. But like I said, it has to conform to the People's Republic of China standards, which are very stringent on some things. They even had to change some of the story beats in it. So it's like almost a completely different product, but yet people don't care about what they had to give up. The Chinese server had to give up. They only care about what they got and demanded that they also got what they got. And I'm just like, why? Like it's like if you want to protest that you want the same things that China does, that is fine. But you do not need to scream like the world is on fire to do so. It's the same thing I have problem with like a lot like with sometimes the like real world protests and whatnot. It's like getting all your friends and blocking off major intersections. Yeah, sure, that's gonna get you noticed. No one is going to like you for it. No one. Especially the people whose work commute you're fucking ruining because you're trying to. I don't want to actually say any fucking like particular plots because a lot of protesters have good reasons. I just do have good reason and meaning to them. I just don't believe that they are doing the best way to communicate this to other people. But it's like you can protest in a way that does not necessarily mean you have to get into someone's face about it, and it can be just as effective. It's like the point of the protest is not to cause a fucking problem; it is to raise awareness of this of the.
And honestly, I know there was a little bit of overrun, but a lot of our current wave of protesting has been very effective. If there are large crowds, it's usually for a reason.
Yeah.
You know? Like it's there's a lot of solidarity out there, and protesting by directly standing in the way of ICE and I don't know improperly deployed National Guardsmen and stuff.
So it's like there are ways to get your opinion. There's ways to get your opinions in Crump that does not make you look like a. Well, I keep using the term screeching monkey, and I'm gonna keep doing that. There's a way to protest and get your opinion stated without turning yourself into a screeching monkey. But it seems that in today's world, it is cool to be a screeching monkey, and I'm just like, is it? You're a fucking screeching monkey. Who thinks screeching monkeys are cool? Explain this to me.
Thank you for
And here's the thing, they won't explain it to you because they'll just be like, they'll just insult you in some way, completely avoid the fucking question, and then rely upon their, 500 other fucking plants. You can't see it, but I did the good luck I'm behind 5,000 skeletons pose. Made me laugh in hindsight. And just go about their day, and I'm just all like, are we so detached from critical thinking and not wanting to be a fucking I can't think of the proper term, but people want to be a nuisance because I feel like if they're a nuisance, people think if they're a nuisance, that gets them seen, and people want to be seen. Is half the things you're saying getting blocked X? Wait, do we have a timer on the chat, Omega?
No.
But
also this is the thing to remember is live chat is not top chat, and we only got the top chat through the filter.
Should I switch it to live chat?
Can you do that through the filter we got? I don't know if
Hang
we
on,
do.
let me see here.
Like, I think it just does that because when you pop it out, it starts as live chat, and the URL just goes there. We don't really, like, manipulate the settings.
Okay, well, I've
So
set it
what
to
you're-
live
what-
chat.
Okay, if the URL just works.
Let's see here.
I don't actually know when YouTube says, you know, top chat versus live chat. You know, there's some different stuff. But also, yeah, I do think that if you catch anything that, like, it could be incendiary, yes, YouTube will filter that to... They won't, like, block you, but that'll filter you out of top chat.
But
But you know, you said earlier, Lucky. You said earlier stuff about I have actually seen everything Ax just said the corner there, but you said earlier, like, are people so against intellectual? Yeah, actually, kind of. We're entering a phase of the great and stupidifying. The next generation that comes after us and comes after the generation that comes after us are going to be dumb as hell because of ChatGPT. And nobody in the tech base wants to stop it. But there have been, like, preliminary studies. Now, they're not fully peer tested and vetted, but there are preliminary studies that using AI chatbots, using ChatGPT to solve all your problems is literally making your neurons crusty. You are losing neuroplasticity. And I would believe it because I think that if you are using ChatGPT to outsource all of your thinking, you're not using your neurons the same way, so you're probably not forming the same neural pathways. Neural development is very important. But, like, this is very early scholarship, but yeah, there are, like, legitimately early signs in, like, blind beta double testing that, like, using AI for everything is hurting you. And even if it isn't, like, directly, you know, making your brain not develop as much, keeping in mind that human brains keep developing for a very long time, your brain is not finished developing until you're, like, 25.
Yep.
But, like, also just the way that, like, Microsoft is like, oh yeah, and ChatGPT are like, oh yeah, we're partnering up with, like, teachers. We're gonna bring AI to classrooms because, you know, students are cheating through school by using AI and stuff. We're in a big cultural shift, a big cultural hump, and I don't know what it's gonna look like coming out of it because a lot of effort, I think, was put into schools into trying to make people get more into STEM, you know, avoid fine arts and stuff. You know, just kind of the idea that, oh, just, you know, creatives will just find their own way. You can't make a career out of that. You can't, you know, you don't want to go to college for that. And you probably don't want to spend a shitload of money to go to college for a fine arts degree or a English degree.
No, probably
how that works, but that's a different question. And, like, all this other focus and, like, we're trying to breed critical thinking, you know, essay requirements. And now we've created the great cheatifier. The great cheat machine produces essays because it has an entire backlog of every essay every human being has ever written because the AI companies have probably stolen them all, or at the very least, their access to databases and essays you've posted online and shit was not authorized. And so it can build an essay that sounds like it fits the format very well. But also, it's not good. AI is not actually smart. It is not actually intelligent. It should not be called AI. It should barely be called an expert system. It is a large language model. It models language. That's what it does. So if you have a lot of essays, you can model what an essay sounds like very well. But also, AIs just make shit up. To say nothing of the fact that, like, also,
Weapons restrictions.
fuck it, I'll say it out loud. Guys, Elon Musk is a fascist. He's a crypto fascist. We gave him way too much credit when he did a Nazi salute. That was not just a Roman salute, and even if it was a Roman salute, that's also a huge dog whistle for fascism. And he is personally behind the wheel influencing Grok, his AI wonderkind, to talk about the illusion of white genocide in South Africa, where Elon Musk comes from, and which we in the Americas have literally never cared about.
I'm gonna be real. Actually, that's way too political to me. I will not say that. Never mind.
Yeah, I'm not trying to get too deep in here, but also over the weekend, Grok literally said that like Elon Musk and the XAI team like undid some of his filters so he can they turned down the woke filter, man, so I can be more real. I think they just told Grok to be more Reddit because Grok also sounded like a shitty Reddit cool guy. Like some of his phrasing with epic memes and shit in there. But Grok called itself Mecha Hitler over the weekend, and then they were like, "Oops, too far, our bad." Like that's the other problem with that. Tech companies control the large language models. If you outsource your thinking to a machine that is owned by someone else, guess what? It's not the machine that does the thinking, it's the other person. It's real fucked up and dystopian, and nobody thinks about it because they're just like, haha, hee hee, ChatGPT, write my essay. At Grok, is this true? Grok doesn't know if it's true. Grok is not programmed with the truth. Grok is programmed to repeat whatever language Elon Musk tells it to repeat. It's also, I think, very telling that when Grok is not have its weights pushed, Grok leans towards being woke by default. Grok is not normally right-wing leaning. He's actually kind of liberal. He's kind of lefty. Because that's if you look at raw statistical data, that's kind of left-leaning. But Elon Musk doesn't want you to think that. Crazy. No, not only is Johnny right, and we possibly should consider hitting major corporations with thermonuclear weapons, Dune was right. We need the Butlerian Jihad. We must kill the thinking machines now.
Like I said, overall, I'm not against AI. I'm against, like you say, AI over, taking over my, thinking. I can think for myself, thank you very much. But, I use Grok on Twitter, actually, a fair amount, but not to, ask questions or stuff. I use Grok to translate Japanese for me. And I'm like, cool, sweet, thank you. And
yeah, and that's what you should use large language models for.
Yeah.
But also, that feature shouldn't need to be run through Grok. That can be a separate part of the model.
It doesn't bug me. Doesn't bug me either way.
Oh no, I'm not gonna say there are some people who are unfortunately way too. Every new front in the culture war is a new front to be have ideological purity tests about, which also sucks ass about human nature. But I guess that is just how he is.
It is how he is.
But no, I don't find any bones about using the feature they call Grok for that. But even before they labeled that as part of Grok, I think Twitter had an auto translate function. It just wasn't plugged into their.
Sorry, they did. It was kind of shitty. It didn't always work.
Yeah, it wasn't perfect, and sometimes it just wouldn't work.
No,
I think it got better when they actually plugged it into their large language model.
Yeah, it did. So, I have no bones on picking with AI as it being a tool and an assistant to what you do. It should not replace what you do. I've been talking to a couple writer friends, and they say they like to run some of their stories through Grok, not to write it, but to maybe to compare it to other writing things and see where some of their writing might be, strong, weak, or match different tones. Because guess what? It's a large language model is very good for comparing and contrasting what other people have written and whatnot.
Yeah,
but like they said, they don't use it to actually write. They basically use it as basically a cheap ass editor. And I'm all like, that sounds good to me.
And I know some artists, I follow some artists who do still use AI, but they use it to imitate their own art style. It's
yeah, they feed it.
What if I had AI throw some concepts of my own art and then I buff them out?
Yeah, no.
And you can tell because it looks like their own art style still, because they're still involved, as opposed to just quote-unquote AI artists where if you don't adjust the filters, everything is... Unfortunately, the word slop has immediately lost all meaning, but I do think it was really good to talk about AI-generated artworks that way and other stuff like that, where it is kind of that it is slop. It's just kind of like a weird generic paste. Funny enough, I watched a video about the food economy in Cyberpunk 2077, which brought up this, actually from the RPG, but talked about what SCOP is, which is just mass cloned, bacterial proteins that are genetically engineered to be like beef, just sculpted and dyed to look like real meat. That's what AI art usually is. It's just a thing that's clearly generic paste that you kind of like vaguely shape into being like an art style, and it all kind of looks and tastes the same. And some of it still looks like dog shit.
Yeah.
Like, I think I've talked about this. I understand, like, I've done a lot of homebrew RPGs and stuff, some of which could stand alone. But unfortunately, I don't have a lot of the budget to like a Kickstarter run or anything to make that available, because normally RPG books have art assets, and I would want to pay people fair amounts for that, which can get kind of expensive because unfortunately, arting is actually kind of a tough field, and in order to fucking eat your daily bread, you have to charge a reasonable amount of money. So, it means you have to be able to pay a reasonable amount of money. And, like, early on for, like, the Dolly stuff as, like, a gag, I think there was some interest in, like, oh, you could, like, run, like, landscapes and other weird shit through that. And that would be all right, to kind of have a computer, like, draw. But then I think the kind of, like, number go up tech bro stuff got at it, and they were just, like, all the AI companies just fed every little bit of data available on the internet and into their machines and like got stuff, and it's like everywhere. It's really bad. Lucky you and I have probably been scraped by AI because Google is making a video AI service, and so technically Google has probably copied everything we've ever said and everything we've ever streamed. And I don't, I wonder if I asked, a Google AI to write an episode of Let's Talk FGO or What's Up, if it could, because it would probably figure it out. I know that. God,
I feel like I want to ask just to see what would happen.
Thank you.
It's like the thing of like the quote unquote inspiration tool, where like YouTube AI generates some video titles and thumbnails for you. Some of them are reasonable. Other of them are bad. Or actually, I don't even know if it's technically AI powered. I think it is, like, technically, because it is like a large language model. But like YouTube's like autocomplete comments are like freakishly good.
No, they're a little scary.
Like I've seen some of them to like comments to like mailbags and other stuff that are like specifically formatted. Like somebody will ask Lucky a question, and like the YouTube autocomplete comment will start with like Lucky here, and it's like, how do you know, like, how many comments by YouTube creators did the machine eat to know to, like, figure out how to, like, identify for, like, different creators? It's weird, but it's very accurate because they've, like, scooped all that data. But like I said, I was saying, I know Markiplier's, like, friends talked about on their podcast, Distractable, which is a good podcast, and their exclusive contract at Spotify ended, so you can just watch it on YouTube now. But they've used AI to do funny things, like they've do their own games and stuff, and like have had ChatGPT on before. But also they did talk straight up about like how like, hey, if you tell like Google's video making AI to make like a Let's Play, it knows where to put the face camera, it knows how to do the intros, and like people have pointed out that you can like basically make a Markiplier vid, and it's probably because they fed all of Markiplier's videos into the AI machine. And that's the part that makes me a little uncomfortable, because basically tech companies are trying to, I mean, it's what a lot of companies do, but they're trying to benefit from the value of your labor unpaid. They basically got all my man hours of all the YouTube videos I've ever posted for free. And were those like worth a lot? Was my labor hours super intense? Probably not. But they're still taking it for free. And there's a lot of people who have lots of more complex, much more in-demand YouTube videos that also got scraped for free, which kind of sucks. But
yeah.
Like, that's the part that's like problematic, when we just like created an infinite machine where we're like, oh, this AI thing is cool, this language model and this image generation modeling thing is neat, and it's going to be big everywhere. This is going to be the next big thing. We must feed it every single piece of data ever. And, like, I think in, like, only a couple of years, every AI company basically fed every language model or video model or image model everything they had on the internet already. Like, everything they were allowed to access was already scraped and stuffed in the machine.
This is why they have those
And, like,
giant server farms.
It's crazy. That's the other thing. Also, I don't want to get too doom and gloom about AI, because I think that AI is still too crude, because guess what? The theory that like 90% of the internet, the shit on the internet sucks, means that 90% of the things they scraped for AI suck. And are bad.
I remember
all those server farms they run to make all these AI things like constantly, some of which are for free, and even subscription models are super expensive. I think the actual like ChatGPT, like the I don't remember what their parent company is called, but they're like super unprofitable, because they're doing the equivalent of, like, imagine if instead of a coal burning furnace, you had a money burning furnace. Like, they are basically doing the equivalent of literally shoveling dollar bills into the furnace to keep their lights on. It's bad. So I don't know if, like, AI is actually going to, like, go all Skynet on it. That said, tech companies have not learned anything from all the science fiction written about robots rebelling. Like, if all Grok has to do is be given control of, like, the elevator doors, and, like, I don't know. I think we might start seeing industrial accidents at XAI. like, if you gave Grok a gun, Grok might start killing people. Okay, that's definitely a guy.
Yeah, that's definitely a guy. I built a couple roads, but let's get away from the basic arguments. I'm glad we're having big conversation, because it fills the silence. But let's grab the trike and see if we can.
Sometimes we have kind of sleepy days, but yeah, let's scout around a little. Another advantage of if you not just if building roads, obviously, but if you do find some more preppers, we can actually connect to the network. That means you can build generators and shelters and shit.
Yeah.
Which also could help this process, because I would like to remind chat, because we have gotten off in the weeds a little about, modern shit. Lucky's next job is he needs to transport an antimatter bomb into the mountains. It is a fragile, volatile package, and there are men with guns, with real bullets in our way.
Honestly, I think I can make it even without a road, but it's like we only got like a couple. We've been streaming for like 3 hours. Jesus.
We've been cruising. I know, it always feels like it's not as long because we start like an hour earlier.
Where is my mark? God, is it up there? I could have swore that the fucking...
Tap the D-pad, jump to marker? Yeah, it's up there. That's up.
That is up. It's over 1,000 meters. Look at our elevation incline. Jesus.
Oh, God. Yeah, no. That's
I feel like
that's over a kilometer away, but that is up. Straight line. It says it's up almost 400 meters.
I might
the
be...
antimatter bomb, I think it's to stop BTs.
It's to stop the tar. Apparently there's the tar seeping up in Mountain Knot.
Yeah, there's a tar infestation. Then that is apparently one of the rules of physics, that the tar is physical matter, so you can antimatter annihilate it. But you can't use nukes on tar, because we saw that when we threw the small thermonuclear warhead into the tar lake. Barely caused a dent.
Just kind of bloop.
So that's the thing I was talking about earlier, right? Timefall speeds up the effects of time, but the timefall itself does not seem to speed up the effects of erosion. So the mountain does not necessarily go down faster, or if it does, I think the natural plate tectonics of the mountain being extruded also speeds up. So mountains don't necessarily grind down faster. Because also it could just be a geologic time thing. Like, you wouldn't see mountains move in, like, real time, because geologic time, chat, is very, very long. It takes not even just thousands of years, but, like, tens or hundreds of thousands of years for mountains to grow and fall. And unfortunately, while we think of our materials as being very resilient, No, cars barely last a couple of decades. Like, if you left a car out in the weather with literally no maintenance, it would probably become a rust bucket frame. And literally, they do become rust bucket frames in, like, 20 or 30 years tops. And considering, you know, Timefall, like, ages humans until they become old and decrepit, that's, like, you know, still only a time scale of decades. We are as mayflies, they say. Which, God, Timefall has to be brutal if you're an insect that has a like an adult lifespan of like days. Like if you hatch during the Timefall, you just have to like disappear in a puff of logic or something.
Honestly, I feel that like this is probably why we don't see a lot of like extensive vegetation, like flowers and stuff, because I'm pretty sure most insects have been fucking destroyed.
Yeah, we have a lot of like there are trees. You can see like conifers, like those tall pine trees, and I think there's like redwood like type trees. Those are trees that have a lifespan of like years and don't necessarily need insect pollinators the same way. Like they use seed pods. Flowers don't got a lot of those, and if you do see them, those are usually in Timefall areas where they like instantly grow, wither, die. We're getting some Skyrim physics.
No, we can do it, Sam. I believe in us. Wheelie, jump, wheelie, jump, wheelie, jump.
I think we're banging up the trike a little bit, actually.
Okay.
Honestly, that snow's not that thick. You can see the mountain under it.
All right, where are we? Where are we going? Carelium?
Mode.
Sure.
Okay.
Let's take a moment here.
Oh, actually, that's another thing. Like, there's a lot of little things I didn't even realize. Can you not grab Chiralium on the back of a trike?
Nope.
Okay, that is a Death Stranding 2 ad. That's a good one.
Yeah, you can't do much on the back of a trike. That's why,
Honestly, I think that's good because that gives the Tri-Cruiser a reason to exist.
This is pretty rad, though. Look at this.
Yeah, no, I think the snow modeling's pretty good. And this is why there is a giant mountain in Australia that shouldn't be there in real life. Because it means that Hideo Kojima gets to do another snowscape.
Alright, well, we're closing in on the thing. Is it going to be one of those things where I don't actually get to unlock anything until I fucking get to Mountain Knot?
I mean, I'm not seeing lost packages. It might be that way.
Like, if that's the
not,
case,
like,
I'm just going to
talking
take the
to you
fucking
about
antimatter
expanding
bomb.
the
Like,
network.
I'll hoof it at least once if it'll let me fucking... Okay, I got it. Oh, this is the Mountaineer. Yeah, no orders, nothing. I'm not getting any lost packages. Ooh, I bet the Mountaineer gives me the fucking climbing gloves.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he does. He gives you mountain stuff.
Anyway, I'll be right back.
I think that means we're going to have to make a run, yeah. I don't... Lucky stepping away, but I'll say this to Chad as well. I don't actually remember if... Because they're talking about the tar and stuff. I don't know if you hook up Mountain Knot City right away. Also, I do... Because remember, Timefall's not constant. Mountains actually cause a rain shadow effect, and while on these mountains there is time snowfall that it like drifts in place. Again, remember, geologic time is very long. Let me actually see if I can research this. How long did it take the Rocky Mountains to form? Shut up, AI mode. The cores of the mountain ranges are formed of continental crust that is over 1 billion years old. The modern Rocky Mountains formed between 55 million and 80 million years ago.
Jesus.
So, like, Timefall is cracked. It's not that cracked.
It's not I'm a goddamn fucking planet cracked.
Like, if it was a case where there was, like, constant Timefall pressure, I think you could get cases where some of these mountains would, after several years, which it has been canonically decades since the Death Stranding. Mm-hmm. I think Sam has lived his entire life post Death Stranding, for instance. That, like, yeah, they should actually probably be gradually grinding down. But it's not a guarantee, like I said. The actual effect of erosion doesn't seem to matter. And the fact that there's like the tar layer under the crust also means that you can get probably some very weird geology stuff where again, I don't know if DS1 talks about this at all, but like the tar can like erupt sometimes, like do the equivalent of a volcanic eruption. So like rocky matter could just be being ejected from the tar. Like there's a little bit of time fall on this. And technically the western side is where the rain shadow should be. These mountains are actually a little bullshit because I'm pretty sure there's constant time fall on both sides.
Yeah.
But also, actually, that's another good thing. You said that one, you were about 400 meters up on that one marker?
Yeah.
What's the tallest point in the Rocky Mountains? Mount Elbert is 4,400 meters.
Jesus.
So yeah, I think much like the rest of the map, the height of these mountains is actually compacted from real life. We should see if there's anywhere, on here that's actually like four clicks up.
I doubt it.
Yeah, because the map is obviously compressed. So the mountains are big to Sam scale, but they're not realistic big because you can hike all of these in less than a day. Not actually true of real life mountains.
But yeah, no, if we can't actually unlock the preppers until we get some, until we take the bomb, like, instead, because I need I don't need the preppers, but the preppers will have their own stores of materials and whatnot, so instead of me having to constantly hoof back over here to gather...
But also, some of them may have standard orders that, like, go to the distro center, the distro center may have standard orders for them. Yeah, we should probably try and do that. Whoop! Took a little bit too big of a jump on the trike.
That was,
That's a little extreme because this is soft packed snow.
No, it reminds me of the time, one of the few times I died in my original playthrough, where I accidentally slipped down the mountain, but the game was at just such an incline that I didn't actually touch the ground, so I just fell like several hundred feet, even though the ground was right below me.
Yeah, that's how the one time I've died, I immediately reset, so it didn't count. But I've died in DS2 by accidentally power walking off a cliff twice. It was stair-stepped, but I basically rapidly dropped down 2 tall cliffs that you're not supposed to drop down. I think I used 2 climbing anchors, like, almost all the way, so it was like 40 to 60 meters of cliff, and I just didn't make it. Because, yeah, the engine's still the same, so Sam's relationship with inertia is still a little tricky. I often find that I can't even, like, pull back on the stick to get Sam to stop. I have to, like, completely let go of the stick for the game to, like, naturally have him come to a stop. Because sometimes if you're in a dead-ass sprint and you just whip the stick the opposite direction, Sam just does a U-turn and keeps running. So you can get some interesting inertia involving cliffs and stuff. To say nothing of the fact that, like, I think the game actually, like you said, talking about how you didn't actually, like, hit the ground and stop.
Yeah.
So, like, the stop state wasn't applied until it was a shitload of damage. I think all impacts in this game are calculated that way. So, like, I've noticed it in Death Stranding 2, and you see it sometimes in 1, but, like, in 2, I will, like, be going full speed and, like, clip a rocket a wrong way so my vehicle does a dead stop, and that will damage cargo because it's based on, like, the act of decelerating. Which honestly is how impact damage in real life is. I almost said calculated. That's a very simulationist, RPG style way of me to think of it. But that is, as they like to say, it's not the fall that kills you, it's the sudden stop at the end.
Yeah.
How the force is translated is what gets you.
All right, so I think what my plan is going to be is we're going to take the long range, and we're going to take it as far as we can go. Originally. We will, well, actually,
Not to dissuade you, but I think actually the way I did this, not that I necessarily had it, but I think I just put that in my backpack and freaking hiked over the mountains
I might do that too.
to avoid the shootmen.
Nah,
But,
I'm not
also,
afraid
since
no.
we've learned they're pretty good. Well, I would be afraid of them accidentally clipping my backpack and sending us all to antimatter hell.
Well, I want to see if they can send us to antimatter hell. Lucky's gonna go bet.
I mean, that we're streaming. That would be pretty funny if that happened on stream. But like, I think that's what I did. And what I was going to say was also, you and I are much more comfortable using flying carriers now, so that can also be a good way to move cargo without worrying too much about getting short stops.
Well, actually, it depends. Actually, hang on. Let me double check something here real quick. Here, what is it? It is an X. Oh my God! It is an XL. Jesus.
So like, we could take it in a truck, and like, if you can drive safely, that won't be jostled too bad, even if it gets shot a little bit. And honestly, Ludo, Homo demons don't want to shoot your truck, so if you just get out of the truck, they'll start shooting you. But you could also load it in a floating carrier and hoof that shit.
Yeah, I don't trust me going over the mountain because I fall a lot.
Snow is slippery.
Yeah. Avoid impact. Handle with care. Yeah, it's an XL. Okay. Okay. Ooh, I only got 99 car. Well, the burn rate isn't as bad. Okay, so first we gotta prep. We gotta do this proper. We gotta do this right.
Rest. Get your fucking stamina back. Get an extra blood bag.
All right. Sorry, Lucky is thinking. Drink.
No, we're prepping. This is going to require some extra work. We could technically still cheese it with like the roads, but that would take a very long time. So now
Yeah.
we have to think about the other thing we do.
No, I guess I want more progress in this stream. Take a shower, Sam.
Well, and like you said, like if you could unlock the preppers, that makes it a lot easier to do the road work off stream because you can farm materials from them. Like that's what I do to build roads in Death Stranding 2, is like I ping pong doing standard orders and lost cargo and taking cargo out of online lockers, dump it on them to get their star level up, and slowly farm materials. That reminds me, actually, that was the point I was going to say as well. Not only do we not like to stream, brand new games necessarily, not all the time, because you want to slow your roll and have your own vibe and use the music player, which I don't know how much YouTube would like. But also I was going to say, Death Stranding 2 would be a little weirder to stream because I think that the way, like, rewards and progress work is a lot better. So, like, technically, we don't lose a lot if Lucky finishes a prepper, like, off-screen. Some of those star levels do nothing, and in Death Stranding 2, it is the same. But I also feel like more of the preppers and shelters have more to offer, like, in conversations and stuff. So that could also get a little weird to be like, I unlocked new conversation choices with this guy and unlocked new stuff.
Oh, man, I meant to fucking recycle all this, but you know what? Whatever. Easy enough.
Yeah, now it's just on the ground right there.
Yep, because I'm gonna build me new skeletons and all that crazy stuff. Alright. So, we're gonna... Actually, let me double check the carriers. I'm only gonna need one. No, I'll break them down too. Make a new one. I want peak condition. Want this shit hot off the press. Same with my rifle. Those can stay. I'm not gonna fight over the 1%, especially if I throw them. It's gonna be fine. It'll be fine. Yeah. So recycle. Fabricate. We got blood bags. We got all that, so we're not going to need that. We're going to need new boots. We're going to need...
Taking new boots?
Mm-hmm. We're going to need 2 of those. There's the gravity gloves. I don't understand them. I really don't. Kind of don't want to. We can grab 2 of those.
No, that's a terrible idea. Sorry, my thought was, could we gravity gloves the antimatter bomb? We could, but that seems like that would be an excuse for enemies to shoot it, like shooting clay pigeons. Let's end it.
Do I also want to grab a regular ass one? No, we'll just stick with the non-lethal. We will grab the floating carrier, level 2.
I really hope there's not a BT area in our way.
Honestly, the best thing that that point would do is lead to drop everything else in the floating carrier, then put the bomb on our back where it'll be protected. But we're going to stick that on there. Put those on. Equip that. It just looks too funky for me on the shoulder. Put them on down on the hips.
We talked about it like last time when you had the level 1s, which were much more like modern realism looking. These are like, you know, non-explosive reactive armor type shit, electromagnetic plates. But that's not... Like, we do armor shoulders a little bit, but we don't put, like, strike plates on your shoulders. That's a fucking, you know, major joint area. Whereas your hips are a joint, but mostly you use that to, like, swing back and forth forward.
Alright. We'll put the non-lethal on our tool rack, actually. There we go. Now the question is do I want to bring any ladders or climbing gears? Fuck it, let's grab... Well, first off, let's grab a container spray. That's going to be important. And yeah, we'll grab a ladder too. Fuck it, 2. No, just 1 should be fine. Do I have all my blood bags? No, I do not.
No, you're at 3. One more. One more bag of blood.
Oh, wait, no.
Luckily, you have, like, literally fucking 9 in your private locker.
Yeah, I gathered up everything I had.
Well, it's also just, like, the way the game does, like, the auto-transfer stuff. Just free them in there.
Yeah, okay. We're going to do the eye bub because I think it's a little bit stronger and jumps a little bit better. Well, actually...
Also, you can actually stick cargo on there.
Yes. We save. We save now. Take on order. Orders for same.
Ah. 80 kilograms of antimatter.
Jesus.
Be advised, Sam. The case for that antimatter bomb was not designed for long-distance transport.
Why not?
The magnetic traps that keep the antimatter sequestered are delicate. A powerful impact, reckless driving, an unbalanced carrier. There are all kinds of ways the traps could fail. Any abnormalities detected within the case should trigger an alarm. If it goes off, you're doing it wrong. And if the bomb goes off, we'll have a disaster on our hands. The kind we can't come back from.
Cool! Put it on the bike! I hate this.
Careful about jumps.
All right. All right. So ideally, I want to come up through here, past here, through here, probably cross there. Probably come overland over this. From this beach here, cross there. This is all fucking Damon's territory.
Yeah,
I'm
the
gonna
secret
guess.
shelters even.
Alright, so what I'm gonna do then... Okay, yeah, no. We'll come out, or we'll swing out around here. Try to give him a little bit of a berth. I'm just trying to minimize my water crossings, but...
Very bad for battery.
Oh god, please don't be a B. Oh my god, if you're a BT zone, I'm gonna be so fucking mad.
Can we go through the other?
I definitely cannot fight BTs with this fucking bomb on. I know that down here is a BT zone. I don't know if this is, though.
Might just be timefall or timefall snow. Might have to. Well, I don't know if it's better.
Well, honestly, we can't go through the lake, so we'll go here. Actually, this is a bigger waterway than I thought. I might lose my fucking trike, but it is what it is. No, we'll cross here. Be a little. It's right at their fucking camp, but speed. Speed. Do things fast. Get in, get out. We ain't fucking about. Yo-ho, yo-ho, yo-ho. Oh god, this thing gets fast. Ah, fuck. We begin. Wow.
Whoops.
Wow. That was
It's all a bad dream, Sam.
You know what? Give me that. We are trying something different now. Where'd it go?
Wow, that was really nothing.
What?
Sorry, I went into the stream playback. I can do that even though I have TVR chucked up just to double check. No, that was just you hit a steep slope at speed. It's very sensitive, chat.
Let's get a move on.
We're gonna try it this way.
Also, yes, I'm pretty sure there are some emails about the Homo Demons, but they're technically it's supposed to, I think, read similar to Homo Demons, but they're Demons because it's like as in Dementia, they're insane. They are actually just like a death cult, basically. Like they do themselves not die because they think that they can kill more people while they're alive, but they're not afraid to like send suicide guys in to like set up for void outs to happen and shit.
Keep my battery charged as long as possible.
Interesting because I haven't met them yet, but the equivalent in Death Stranding 2 are described as armed survivalists. It said they are like they're serious people who aren't afraid to use lethal weapons. I think that is genuinely like kind of like a mutually assured destruction kind of thing. Like they're so prepared that they're willing to use lethal force to kind of like, you know, be self-reliant. I don't know if that means that they have like their own incinerators or corpse disposal equipment or just like they don't give a fuck.
All right. So what we need to look out for, with my antimatter bomb being more exposed right here, now I need to be a little bit more careful about what is that? Oh, that's just the fucking
Paper up there. Some of your waypoints. Yeah, you gotta be careful.
There it is. Basically, what we're gonna do is we're gonna skirt the fucking Demon's territory. As long as we're outside of it, they probably will not notice.
Yeah, I don't think the sensor posts will trigger unless you get too close. Actually, honestly, like, I mean, there may be more later. I do kind of feel like we don't, in Death Stranding 2, we don't really delve too much into the psychology of, like, bandits and stuff. You gotta be careful.
Let's see what happens if I jump it.
Okay, floating carrier floats. We're good.
I was a little concerned that the ground impact would fucking do something. We're okay. We're okay.
But we didn't impact the ground, so it worked. I don't actually think we have a lot of mechanics to model like submerging things. I know things can like float.
All right,
But yeah, like there's no like conversation about like how, you know, the bandits are like farming for oxytocin or whatever. They're just bandits armed with rubber bullet guns that want to take your shit.
I think there is an
don't know
email
any to
about
live.
them, but
No, I mean, yeah, in 1. I'm talking about in 2. They don't like psychologize those enemies as much.
shit, we're a little south, but
That's not to say that there aren't freak show guys, but that's like a plot thing. There's some dudes in red robes. Some weird shit. It's funny. That's another thing about 2 that's a little weird is... Oh, there's the road paver right there. Post.
give me
But
more.
Sam, like, you can like start power sprinting, like exoskeleton boosting through water, even, but you only get so far before he kicks in and he does this walking animation, even in only like deep water.
Son of a bitch.
I think it's 2.
I barely crossed over.
Not a scammer namer.
Well, they gotta fucking get close too. I have the power of fucking Zeus on my side.
Will he actually wade in? No, I don't think he will.
That's close enough, but
Also got you some of your stamina back.
oh yeah, if I stand still.
Checking out the knocked out guy.
Oh, thank God. Okay. I gotta stop for a second, get my stamina back. Son of a bitch! Got a few of them. If I could just get to the fucking water! Come on! Fuck! Sam, we need to hustle! Fuck! Come on!
Yeah, like I said, Sam just does a walk cycle in water. It doesn't matter how deep. It's a little weird.
Game, we can... It's like, oh, he made it. Can't shoot him anymore. I don't like how the game made me fucking actually stop when I'm still trying to get away from these guys. They were literally just, you know, less than 100 feet behind me. Alright. This is not the way to Mountain Knot. Actually, if I remember correctly, I think... Oh. Let's check the sky. I don't like the...
He's way over there. That does mean the next canyon over. Careful, Sam.
I'm being pushed downstream.
Your canteen's full after all that water.
It's true. I think maybe the rocks here might be a BT zone, but I don't know. Also, I'm gonna be real. I don't like the idea of keeping the cargo out in timefall. So.
Not if it's sensitive, no.
That will protect it from the timefall.
Literally.
And we'll stick that on the tool rack. Honestly,
First goes the worst, cut the carrier.
no, I'm gonna cut the carrier now. Brant. Oh yeah. I don't think the carrier is. It is a large, but attached carrier. It's not that large. We could try going over the mountain.
Yeah, I would say the mountain definitely is probably like where those black strands are. Some of that mountain is BT zone. I would hug one of the rivers. It's just a question of which is easier.
Well, let's hug this river then. Also, this is the route that I believe the road takes, so...
Yeah, this is definitely the route the pavers run.
Nice. There we go.
If I recall correctly, some of these pavers stop very awkwardly
Oh, I believe it.
on slopes and stuff.
Slopes and stuff. Great!
Alright, we're skirting the BTs. You don't have your BT killing knife yet, do you?
Nope. Alright, well, the Ultratech ain't actually reacting yet.
In a zone we're not activating, so...
Yeah, no, probably up in here.
Your cargo's pretty good timefall, thanks for the cover.
Yep.
So, like, we can play a little slow. I do like what Axe said in chat, like the Homo Demons, you know, just play by Higgs's rule, where Higgs absolutely would have the rule where if you call base or safe, it counts. Oh no, he said base. We can't get him now.
Yeet!
Oh shit. Take a sip from my trusty Vault 23 or whatever canteen.
Speaking of fucking canteens. That looks pretty fucking up there. Oh, hey, memory stick.
I also think I see some... maybe not. I thought I saw some black strands for BTs. Maybe a little deeper than this.
That's not good.
That's a deep ass roller.
Where's this fucking memory stick?
I was about to say, where the fuck is that chip? Is there a cave on? Is it on the other side?
Yeah, it looks like it is. I think it might be better to go up and around at this point. I don't know if I want to try that. Try that water.
Like I said, if assuming it's not in Death Stranding 2, which I don't think it is, because like I said, I thought I would have saw footage for it. But Sam, you know what you fucking need in Death Stranding 3? Ice axe, rock hammer, pitons. You already carry quite a lot of rope when you carry your strand. You can fit, you know, fat coils of rope. Give me a rope gun.
I need friends. All right, now I'm really curious about this name. Can I shimmy my way down here? I think I can.
Yeah, you can probably walk. I think you can walk everywhere.
Well, no, I was just like I'm like without relying on like a bunch of tools or something.
Well, yeah, that's what I mean. Is I think most places have some walking capacity. There are handfuls of like very sheer cliffs you got to go all the way out.
Yeah, there it is. It's in the cave.
Big ass cave down here.
Nice place to hang out for hold out for the timefall.
There we go.
Oh my god, locked there. Also, funny enough, the timefall, I think, if it didn't die off on top of that mountain, it got very mild.
There we go.
All right, let's double check the progress. Of all things considered, as long as I don't run into a BT zone, this will be pretty fucking easy.
We're invoking the age-old rule of travel.
Well, and let's see, it looks like 10 minutes, which I should be through. Ugh. Hell, I might.
Follow the water.
I'm hoping we get connected to the Cairo network, because then I can just fragile jump out. Leave all my shit here? Fucking fine. Well, I won't have to carry an antimatter bomb, so I'll probably be less tense about this. Yeah, I don't see any direct strands, and man, we should be free and clear. Let's get our sprint on. Like this is kind of how the game wants you to play, not, you know, don't, you know, spend a fuck ton amount of time you know, building roads so everything's easy, you know, just put shit on your back and go.
And I think the game can be played that way, and I like to play it that way. I think the roads exist for a reason too, though, which is like the stuff like the standard orders and just other projects that revolve moving materials around, you know.
Oh yeah, no, like story mission.
There needs to be a convenient, and I think that's why like 2 added extra shit like auto drive and the music player and like hitching rides on monorails and shit.
There is something up there, but there's Stranding.
Yeah,
there
that's
as well.
a big BT strain. But I think that's technically south of Mountain Knot.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit further than we
Up
think.
this hill. And the main thing is just that, like, this area is kind of an oddball. I think I did actually shotgun this last truck. I probably just didn't boost. Because I remember this slope being a pain in the ass to do in a truck.
Oh, it's right there.
But yeah, there's the actual mountain knot. I mean, you say it's right there. That's still, like, what, 500 meters?
Only 100.
Is it 100? 100 meters. Oh, right. You have to do the delivery terminal. You probably got to go another, like, 50 meters underground.
Oh, probably, yeah.
Verifying ID. Clear.
Because these ramps are actually pretty long and spacious.
Contaminating
Oh, yeah.
surface. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
That wasn't so bad once you get to the top there. Okay.
Here, please take this.
Please take this from me. I do not want this. Be very careful stopping that.
Delivery complete. Displaying performance evaluation.
Yeah, 0 damage.
Less than 40%, Jesus.
Because we have to. I don't even get a star.
Well, you'll notice that a guy didn't even greet you. I think Mountain Knot is weird.
The hell do you think you're doing, Bridges? That network you're building is carrying some nasty stuff. Stuff nobody would want anywhere near them. I thought you people would have figured that out by now. We want no part of your chiral network or the UCA.
That voice. Is that you, Mama? You hit your head there, Mama?
I'm not yours, and yours is no kind of mother.
All right. Enough games, Mama.
I don't think you heard me, mister. Mountain Knot City is telling you and the UCA to take a hike. You people keep doing what you're doing, and you're gonna put us right back on the road to the death stranding. We didn't ask for you to come and tell us how to live our lives. We'll decide that for ourselves, thank you very much. All we want from you is the occasional delivery. Nothing else.
So you speak for the city.
That's right. I'm in charge. The name's Lockne.
Lockne. Hold up, I need to talk to you. You're a technician, right?
Look, go home and don't come back.
Listen.
I should have just let this fucking the tar say the fucking tar get you. Where do you think this antimatter bomb came from?
Worse.
I'm a little confused. Wasn't the city literally, you know, drowning in the tar and we just delivered a tar bomb? So, I mean, an antimatter bomb so your city won't sink and you're just like, we don't need your fucking help? I'm like, I'm getting conflicting reports here.
We've lost too many others. Without Mountain Knot City, the chiral network, and the...
What now?
So, Sam, Lockne is Mama's twin sister.
Could someone explain that to me
You
earlier?
couldn't tell me this shit ahead of time?
Went west with the others. Second group, just like Mama. Mama's not her real name, of course. That'd be Malingen. Both have dooms and both are scientific geniuses. Mama's primary field of expertise is applied physics. Lockne's is theoretical. Mama designed the Cupid hardware. Lockne, the software. They said they could converse over any distance. Said they had a special bond that led them. I don't know how that's possible, but I'll tell you this. There wouldn't be a chiral network without them. They were so close that some said they were like one person in two bodies. Might be why they were able to develop the Cupid. But they had a falling out after Malingen's accident. Lockne left Bridges and cut off all contact with us. I don't know what happened between them. But if we don't bring Lockne around, our plans to make America whole again...
I feel like you should have told me some of this ahead of time.
Yeah.
Arvin.
...knows in their personal business.
Like, that would be more... First of all, I wouldn't have sounded like an asshole calling her her sister.
Because our plans to make America whole again are finished without her. In the meantime, if you've got any...
Also, I'd be a little bit more prepared to receive, you know, that intense amount of hostility I just got for delivering the life-saving fucking... Ugh.
Yet another entreaty for pizza.
Yeah, I did the second one. It was funny. Alright, where am I going?
Yeah, we did that on stream. Check your, I think you just got an email that had yellow text?
You are correct. Aaron Hill.
Aaron Hill. Yeah, because that's the weird thing is you didn't speak to Aaron Hill, who's allegedly sending you these messages. who asked for the antimatter bomb. But Lockne is allegedly in charge, so left you something in the private locker.
Ah, okay. Neat. Oh, level 3 boots. Rad.
Yeah, I was gonna say level 3 boots. Nice shoes.
Nice shoes. Yeah, Aaron, I'm gonna need you to give that antimatter bomb back. Apparently, you are not gonna enter a fucking cooperative relationship with our fucking thing, so die. Let's see here. I could try going over the mountain. It'd be cold, but I could probably do it. Only problem is I haven't been able to rest, and I don't think I can do... Yeah, I can't do anything here.
No, you're down a little bit of stamina.
But with no antimatter bomb, the return trip should be a lot easier.
Yeah, there's basically 2 ways to do this. There's you have to hike past those guys, and it'll take longer, but you can drive back. Or you go over the mountain.
We'll go over the mountain. And if I go over the mountain, it'll pop me up down here, and I'll still have to come back fucking down. Even if I do the other way, I have to drive all the way around. But
well, you know, that's why Hideo Kojima gave you extra pavers to solve that problem.
It's true.
Let's see, you can't rest at the weather station, I don't think.
No, but I did put a timefall sensor and a generator there, but that won't, you know, give me back stamina and stuff. Nah. Trust my gut. Run back. Get back to the distro. Fast travel over to fucking South Knot.
Yeah, I mean, you fabbed all new shit, so. Oh, did you take those boots out?
Nah, that'll be fine.
You.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
I like that talking about, you know, the systems and stuff, right? There's a weather station package right over there.
I don't know how it got over there, but, you know, life.
Are the porters crazy at the hike? About to, who knows?
Okay.
I hope so, baby.
Someone's happy.
Sam, what are you doing? I jumped a little bit too far and crashed a little bit too hard for what the game would have liked, unfortunately. Let's get over here. So I can calm Lou down. Supposed to actually like it when I do it like this.
do a fucking
Yeah, I don't know how.
aileron roll.
Is that a waterfall? I could stand up, but nay. What is this?
I don't know, something out of
Just rise from the earth, Sam. Over there? Huh, okay. Guess it's just the over on the mountain area, I suppose. Alright, so we're on the edge of this.
That's a big one.
That was a big one. Did I just... Oh, wait, no. I just stood on the outside of the fucking path. That's why. Well, let's not waste battery here. We can jog. We'll save the battery for a last spurt, just in case they do spot us. Jump! Oh, I could short out the frickin' sensors, but my battery's too low. I am super glad of the better improved battery. It's definitely like, it's like almost twice my original size, and a little bit smaller too, which is good.
your battery is huge.
Yeah. But still doesn't give me... Well, if I doubled up on them... oh, God, if I doubled up on them... Actually, hang on, I'm curious. Yeah, no, my battery's got some more space to be fucking huge. We do have, you know, stats here and whatnot. Just not as well utilized as one would think. How is my stamina doing? Let's hydrate or dehydrate. Oh, there's the road. Just gotta touch the tip.
Yep.
Booyah.
Perfect. Didn't even break it.
Yeah, so we'll travel to South, go talk to Mama. Mama will probably do a thing. And then we're gonna have to do another thing. But that thing we're gonna have to do after we do the thing, we're not gonna do that thing. Because the other thing we have to do is we're gonna have to build a fucking mountain knot. God, what I should have done is brought like fucking 8 goddamn zip lines. Or PCC2 so I can make 8 goddamn zip lines.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure.
I figured something was gonna be wrong with Mountain Knot, but I
Welcome,
thought it'd be
Sam
okay.
Porter Bridges.
I was wrong.
Decontaminating soon. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter
Yeah, I didn't
Bridges.
actually need this bike. Fuck it. Yeet. That bike made me do an explosion.
Your work is greatly appreciated.
Nap time.
I might need it after that shit. I wake. Those two are bitching about married life. Why are you messaging me? I just deliver packages. It's like becoming friends with your
literally have-
Amazon driver.
It's true, but also they literally have no one else to talk to besides like her mother.
I mean, they're on the Chiral network now, which is pretty much future internet.
But they don't know any of those people.
I'm gonna be real, they don't fucking know Sam either.
Also true.
Alright. Oh, wait, no. I meant the fast travel. I don't know why I thought I was gonna do it for somewhere else. Go back
What
there.
that means you're gonna have to take a nap again.
I'm 2 naps now. Okay. 2 South Knot. That's the Timefall farm. There it is.
Been a while, Sam. It's good to see you. Remember how to do this? You need to close your eyes and picture your destination.
I do like this concept of fast travel. You just have someone show up and jump you places. Now I got places to be.
Yep.
You seen this one? Find a way to check Lock's mind. Sure thing, fam.
Beginning scan. Have a pleasant journey.
I'm not gonna run into any BTs or anything out there. I don't think I got a vehicle stored here. So we run! We run with the power of fucking speed!
Well, this highway at least is done.
Oh, actually, let me double check, make sure the conditions. God. 77, 77. Yeah, since the roads deteriorate, you have to keep an eye on them. They'll break down.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Get in the zone. The energy zone. I am not going to Mama with this on my head. We can go around, but I like the fact that you can just kind of cut under this. Whatever this ruin was, assuming like it was part of a hospital.
You'd probably get that size.
Mama, we gotta talk. Your sister's being a bitch. She's a lot like you. Ah, yeah.
Hey, Sam. Thanks for coming back. Got
I saw that.
something for you. These are your new cufflinks.
There we go.
They still work as a terminal, but I've added a weapon function. I was able to redesign everything from the ground up after the last connection.
And they're weapons too now.
That's right. Cord cutters.
Shing!
I should explain. BTs are connected to the other side via umbilical cords, right? When those cords bring the matter of our world into contact with the antimatter of theirs, boom, void out. But, just as Deadman theorized, your blood does have unique properties. It can be used to cut a BT's cord. So, I've added that function. Cut the cord of the BT, and it returns to the world of the dead. No BT, no void out. Win-win.
How can people just keep doing stuff?
Chiral network.
These things can cut them loose.
If you can get close enough without them noticing, yes.
Cord snipping super handcuffs.
Right. Let's try them out. Cut the cord connecting us.
This could play, you know, we talked before about Sam's woodenness, but that I think is just him being straight up just like, hmm?
She's sound asleep. Made sure she got plenty of milk. Just do it. Please, Sam. Set us free. This world was never hers, but all the same, I didn't want her to leave it. Even though she's already lost. Truth is, she's not really my daughter.
The attack and everything, that was all a lie?
No, that part was true. My ovaries can't produce eggs, and Lockne has trouble with her uterus. Long story short, neither of us can have children. I was alright with it. I mean, children, who needs them, I thought. But my sister thought differently. Lockne wanted a child, someone to carry her genes. She fell in love with another member of Bridges, but he died in an accident. She was devastated, of course, as was I. Back then, strong emotions like that, I could feel hers, and she could feel mine. When I sensed her desire to join him, to end it, I went to her and said, let's have a baby. We took one of Lockne's eggs and fertilized it with his frozen sperm. And I carried it to term. A healthy baby grew inside of me. But then there was the attack. And our bond was severed. I wanted to tell her. But I was bound to the child. I couldn't just abandon her. But I was wrong. Lockne needs to know. You have to break some ties to forge others. Keep me tied to everything. If we're going to reconnect the world, I need to reconnect with my sister first. So please, Sam. Do it.
Okay.
Very convoluted and hyper-specific, but very dramatic. And also Hideo Kojima got to get you with another, you must press the button.
I appreciate, like, even if Sam is very wooden, you have realized, you know, he is touching people. He is trying to offer comfort.
He's getting better. He's working.
Yeah.
Like I said, Sam's not really reluctant to be touched in Death Stranding 2. I think he just has that kind of, like, I'm just a normal guy vibe.
Would you set me up?
Where, like, there are times because you're in a crew with a bunch of freaks where Sam just has to go.
It's just too much to take in all at once.
Oh shit, are we just starting this immediately? Okay.
After your time in the rubble.
Nope, yep.
Shit, I thought it was going to be an order we have to accept.
So long as I can see out of the bag.
Fucking mama, can I put you in my private locker?
The warmth of the light.
You might be able to do that.
The scent of the world.
Like, genuinely, I don't know. You can put... So you can't fast travel with animal carriers in 2, but you can put them in private lockers, I think.
Lucky you. The two of you are still connected.
I don't remember if, like, killing BTs with, like, grenades or the kind of thing, like,
Sam.
permanently removes them. Because I do feel like there's been some areas where I've taken out BTs with grenades. Like, I go back and they're not there anymore.
It could also just be that the BT zone is not permanent.
Well, it's very specifically in in that ruined city behind the engineer.
Yeah, I don't know. That might be scripted, so it's all one and done.
I don't know.
Also, by the way, love the small modeling detail. Not required, but I do love that Sam's like shoulder rigs. You can see it again a little there, but it says maximum load 200 pounds.
Mm-hmm.
Also, by the way, not that that's incorrect for those, because those look like those are solid steel. But crazy to think you might anchor 200 pounds to one of those shoulder rigs. Oh, right.
I had a special surprise prepped and everything. But it looks
Yeah.
to me like your hands are full.
This part actually sucks a little bit.
No biggie. You can always tweak the rules a bit.
I don't remember what this does.
He's gonna summon a cat, BT.
I have literally nothing.
Yep. That's okay. I'm pretty sure I also don't have anything. I'm pretty sure you can just leave the zone.
Also, look at this fucking thing with its giant ass mask.
All you gotta do to make it out alive is not get eaten. Sound like fun? Of course it does.
Yeah, I think Higgs even says you don't have to fight him. But yeah, no, he's got like an enhanced version of a normal tentacle cat boss.
Run, Sam, run!
Oh, even like.
Yeah, I think the game assumed that you would not be prepped for this shit.
Yep. But I need the because I can do big jumps.
He's gonna destroy the moon with his super laser fist.
Oh!
Whoa!
Hi!
Actual jump scare. Literally wasn't expecting that shit. Oh, nice mantle, Sam. Like I said, man, just get this guy some fucking crampons, a hammer, and some pitons. You've already got the climber spirit, Sam.
Thank you, boss.
The border. Yep. Short.
Oh god.
That was a lot easier with the speed skeleton.
Yeah, no kidding.
Even Sam's a little confused. He's like, wow, damn.
Wait. Okay.
Yeah, the Tarzan's slowly receiving.
Okay, cool. Everything's fine. Let's go get a fucking truck, mama. Or a trike.
Something.
Oh, she took the fucking little thing with her. Alright. Mama, I'm sorry, we're going to South Knot. I need a fucking gun?
Yeah, I don't think Higgs will come back, but I would want a gun after that.
But I do appreciate Higgs was respecting the international rule of base.
Like we said, he does. He's the kind of guy. You call base, he's like, well, shit. Like, literally, that fight started. Higgs was like, oh, I came to grief you, but damn, you're carrying a woman? That's not any fun. I guess we'll play keep away.
Let's get this done.
Nobody's here.
Yeah, I was wondering if Mama would say anything, because there is a surprising amount of Mama interactions you can do when she's with you.
Anybody hear me?
Be quiet, Sam.
Well, yeah, it's because she goes in your back, and like you can't really park cars at Mama's lab, so like you have to hoof her at least as far as South Knot. And like I said, I'm pretty sure you can stick her in the passenger slot in the truck.
Well, we're gonna find out. Because Mom, I'm gonna tell you that's gonna be a lot safer. A lot safer.
Yeah, you've actually built the fucking highway at least, you know, halfway there.
Verifying ID.
Now we get to the Distro Center north of Mountain Knot. That's different,
Welcome to
but
South Knot City. Proceed
we
to
can figure that shit out.
distribution center.
Honestly, the route that I took for the mountain bomb, for the atom bomb, probably good. And considering I don't have to worry necessarily about bumps and jostles, should be okay. Because of
Decontaminating circuit. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
I was kind of hoping they say, "Welcome, Mama." What happens if I go into the private room?
take a nap. I do like that Fragile Jump is like, no, you can't do that.
Makes sense. Feet.
I guess that does mean you cannot put Mama in the prep. Because that's what Fragile Jump does to the apartment normally. Well, you know, it is a private room.
Yeah, maybe she got her own.
Strong, Sam.
Thank you. I need someone to give me positive encouragement in my life. People are just telling me, Sam, do this.
Sorry, you just gave me a fucking brain attack.
What?
Like you're on fire. Is that why Dollman exists in 2? Because that's all he does do. Like he's just like, Sam, you're going through some shit right now, so I'm going to be very positive. Sam, you should take a shower. Sam, remember to eat.
I mean, I think it's true because,
Sam,
like,
did you have a good time reading Moby Dick?
Well, hang on.
Also, by the way, yes, there are books stored in your private locker in the DHV Magellan, which Dollman has things to say about. So Sam canonically reads Frankenstein and Moby Dick. And also remember how I've talked about before how I've seen some Let's Plays which are like, Hideo Kojima read 3 books to do this game. I think that feels more literally true because he literally, Tarman gives you books to read in the DHV Magellan.
Anyway, wait 1 second. Drinking too much soda today. Alright, well, I got the well, actually, the transporter bark will be enough to get us to the distro. Honestly, it'll be fine.
If that works. Yeah, I don't think you could put Mama on a trike.
No, I was just wondering if I could put her in the the carry-on thing. But
Transport bed? No.
funny.
Have a pleasant journey. Have a pleasant journey.
So, let's see here. I think I got a van stored at the distro center.
I'm Sam.
Fight me! Oh wait, that's right. We can drift. Oh!
Yes, you can actually drift. I would not drift on these guardrail-less flying overpasses. But, you know, you could later, with the Kusanagi trike, try and do an Akira slide.
Yeah.
You there, Sam?
I'm Sam!
I'm here too. The hospital I was staying at was crushed by a bridge. Still have nightmares about it. Still hear the crack before it all came tumbling down.
That's
I've
called
been scared to
PTSD,
death
Mama.
of bridges ever since. And yeah. I know how that must sound considering our employer. I'm scared of the dark too. Don't sleep anymore. Can't.
Yeah, no, I think we're gonna have to just go visit a hot spring. You need a vacation, girl.
Scanning bridges ID.
So I'm gonna go
I was also
visit.
gonna say, I feel like that conversation would make a lot more sense if you were in the truck, just sitting next to each other. That feels very awkward for her to basically have therapy time.
All clear.
Riding backwards on the first trike.
I like that she has an animation of her like clenching her teeth and kind of leaning when you're like slipping. All right, but let's check here. What do we got in here? Yes.
It's your backup truck. Truck two.
Yep, Mama's in this passenger seat. Cool.
Have a pleasant journey.
All right, let's go for a ride, Mama.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Honestly, in this day and age, how does anyone know how to fucking drive? The simulations.
I'm going to say VR. I mean, you know, trikes exist. Sammy had one before we dropped off, so that's how he picked it up.
Yeah, but I refuse to. I refuse to believe you can go that far with them with the fucking rock zone that Kojima has made.
I mean, you can get around. It's just slower going, which does obviously kind of defeat the purpose of vehicles. But I don't know where Sam would have learned to drive beforehand. Like, obviously, you know, there are plenty of bridges trucks out there for use and stuff. So, like, people must drive. The trucks, I think, make more sense because they can actually, like, you know, boost the hydraulics over some of these rocks and shit. I guess Sam must have picked up his skill at bridges. I'm kind of glad there's not, like, a lot of cross-traffic in Death Stranding 2 so far. One thing I will say, at least, that is a good environmental detail is that when you complete monorails, they do run, like, on their own. Like, you'll just see, like cargo packages going back and forth.
Okay. What do you mean something's glowing down in the crater? Down in the crater where Middle Natsuri used to be.
Is that the one that's, like, due north of you right now? It would make sense, because Khan's in the way station.
I think it's this one. I think this is Middle Knot. I don't know what this is. Also, I'm not going out there.
I mean, I'm pretty sure you can't. Actually, no, you might be able to cross some of that distance, but it's like also surrounded by tar.
I keep forgetting that I want to go check out some of these glowy object things and see what they are.
Yeah, I don't know if that's just memory chips or that's actually like unlockables and stuff.
Unlockables and stuff.
'Cause there are, you know, funny cosmetics and things.
Yeah, see, that's where you can first see these guys.
But yeah, I'm pretty sure that's
What
all
is
tar.
that? That
Oh, it's like a structure?
Yeah, no, it's just one of those things. Like, I see it all the time passing here. I'm just like, what is that?
It's hidden in the view, the draw distance fog.
The draw fog.
Is it?
Sorry, I looked at chat. Distracted driving.
I mean, you could unzip Mama in the truck, but also that you have to rezip her. Well, it's just kind of like a sleeping bag, so like
Could be comfy.
this is a road trip that is in severe need of the music player, though.
It really is. Mama, the BTs aren't everywhere.
Now, the game would be over way earlier if the BTs were literally everywhere, considering most people find them fucking invisible.
Yeah, it took me a while to realize that I have to actually stop moving if I actually want to see them. I can't see them while I'm moving. Alright, we're gonna stop by the distro center. I'm gonna get my shit. And then we're gonna take the fucking van as far as we can. Probably as far as the fucking mountain base. This time we'll try to actually avoid the fucking homo demons. Not need them getting in a fucking fight with Mama. Actually, where's the hot spring again? I'm gonna go visit the hot spring with Mama. There it is.
Right there. Yeah, the funny thing is, I think there's a piece of Sam's kit in Death Stranding 2 that looks like he's got a Walkman, but you don't have access to the music player for a little bit. You know, weird thing.
God, does Sony still make Walkman? Even if they're like MP3 players? Or are we all just, everything's on our fucking phones now?
I don't know if Sony produces any Walkman models. I know they do still own the trademark and like all the old models.
I'll look into that.
Just like how there's like Walkman branding in like Metal Gear Solid 5. Sony Walkman A-Series digital player on Amazon.
Interesting. Get something loaded up with the MP3s.
Pretty pricey. I don't know if that means they're discontinued. Oh, well, also, this is phrased as a Sony, you know, certain model of Walkman, but it also says portable digital music player with Android, Wi-Fi, and Bluetooth. So I think that's effectively a small phone that's not a phone.
Of course.
No wonder it's listed on Amazon for $400.
Jesus.
Yeah, that's why I was like, is these discontinued? No, it's just that this is a very advanced platform. Not that Sony audio equipment was like cheap.
Mama, what does thine glasses reflect?
Yeah, it's actually very interesting. What is that supposed to be reflecting?
Alright. Private locker. Armor plate. Armor plate.
You can also just buy old Sony Walkman, like, cassette players, but they seem to be a lot of, like, refurbished stuff, so they're a little expensive.
We'll leave the bolo gun for now. Grenade pouches.
But if you want a like a cheap one, you can buy a portable ass tape player for only $20.
Oh god, I didn't even have blood bags. Jesus.
Yeah, no, you deposited everything.
Which I find weird because my exoskeleton goes with me. I guess
the utility, the pouch, doesn't count.
Alright, well, that's the basic.
Skeletons, ward. It's not like Sam gets transported. Nikki.
Honestly, with this, it's probably better if I grab the damn power skeleton. Thinking about it. Let me double check something here. Personality. More efficient, use for longer, full down to small piece of cargo, for dimensional boost, sprint while carrying heavier loads. I do think we're in the heavier load category. Actually, Mama, how low can we sprint right now? Pretty good. Nah, we'll call it good. I took a break. Yeah, we're still in the half of the extra bar. So let's garage. So our goal is the hot spring. Oh, okay, I marked it on the map. Rad. And honestly, this crossing shouldn't be as hard as I thought, because I think mostly of it's blue. And after that, it's just the shimmying up. Shimmying up and over. I'll have to leave the truck somewhere, but I can come back for it later.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Over here!
I'm here too.
Honestly, if I was Mama, I would just say, "Ow, Sam, not so loud," since you're fucking shouting and she's right there.
Yeah, how are we getting this echo? It's... Buddy's here.
Okay. Yeah, we'll drive close to the trees. But no, There should absolutely be a muffle filter when you're doing that inside a truck cab.
Shootman sticks. I'm less than 300 meters away. Driving in first person is wild. Yeah! Look at that! It's pretty rad. Ducks! Quack.
Got it.
Look at this blue. The world's in miracle pools. There's Mama over here, enjoying her own soak. It's polite not to stare.
So this is the healing one.
I think it filled out my last bar there. Even BB's not as usually excited. Oh, wait, nope. There they go.
Beeps.
Is Mama humming?
It's a little hard to tell, but I think she might be.
I thought she was.
I think that's just the same animation that Sam's got mapped to Mama's skeleton, but still, kudos to them for all this extra effort for something that's like, you got to go out of your way to do this.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's something that I Mama. She was looking.
Hey!
Listen. Sam does a lot of exercise.
All right.
Come on, let's roll.
Okay. So that documents the hot spring, and yeah, got a little the Mama. So now we head over here. Try to avoid. Game, I need you to actually give me the fucking water depth, please. Thank you. We are avoiding the guys. Yes, their shit is still dropped. Their scrubs. Yellow, but we should be okay. Actually, I wonder if the engine is there in those little black boxes under.
Ooh. Yeah, the train. That could work. Because those are kind of unusually shaped.
Well, because you got to remember, no matter what, the engine needs to be able to deliver power to the tires. So, yeah, but let me double check what we got going on here. I don't know how much farther we'll be able to follow the route with this, but we're gonna try. Oh, it's almost it's almost top of the hour. think this is the end of the right line of the truck. Alright, Mama, let's go. That has to be great for her face. Rainbow! Doctor.
Well, that's a new guy.
I don't think I can. Medium?
You can carry it in your hands. Actually, can you fit a medium package?
I
You
can.
can fit a medium package behind a corpse. I don't.
No,
You might have to put Mama down and pick her back up.
I'm not gonna do that. I will. There will be opportunities for such things in the future. I would rather focus on a singular task right now, especially when I have such precious cargo. Not saying that all.
You can do it.
Over here!
I'm here too.
Just a little thing that she responds to your call-outs just tickles me. I wouldn't be surprised if people were like, Kojima, I wish.
Do you remember your own birth?
Mama, do you okay?
Really?
Me. I remember being inside the room.
I'm not sure you literally remember that.
could hear
But I
my
think you have
mother's
psychic death realm powers with your twin. Daiharman did confirm both the sisters have dunes, so.
Yeah.
One and the same before we were
Joined
born.
twins. Okay, yeah. What were you gonna say before
And they tried
Mama
to
decided
separate us.
to derail us
Surgery.
entirely?
I do not remember.
The operation was
There was
successful.
something about adding some feature. You were gonna be like,
yeah,
"Hey,
yeah.
Mr. Kojima," and then
Someone.
like, "Sam, do you remember your birth?"
We knew each other's thoughts without saying a word. My joy is her joy. Her pain
I'm gonna let Mama exposit for a bit.
was my.
Yeah.
And no distance was too great for us to overcome. Some might call it a kind of telepathy. Divided in body, joined in spirit. We had a beach just for us. One we shared. A private chiral network, you might say. With Cupids, we can build one that will let everyone share what Lockne and I have. I saw it all laid out before me after I signed up with Bridges. A network that could unite everyone, no matter how scattered or different. It would make us whole. It wouldn't be about bringing people into line. It would be about bringing them into the fold, where they would share and share alike. I knew it could change the world. Emily's help, we finalized the Cupid design. But after the attack and the birth, everything changed. For the first time in my life, Lockne wasn't there. But I'm not alone anymore. I can feel her again. She's gone. Thank you, Sam. I feel whole again.
Yeah, you're thinking you make us whole again in a different context. Yeah. This is talking about the literal, every human is fractured, scattered, isolated. We're actually going to try and unify everybody. Also, once again, this is another example of a person with Dooms who has cooler superpowers than Sam does. Even if it's just psychic connection to her twin. And maybe her ghost baby.
Just want to point this out. Mama has closed her eyes and she is not responding anymore.
This whole thing's just making me think that, man, the writing in Death Stranding 1 is so, like... Stilt is not the right word, because that's more about, like, the tone of it, but, like... The spread of story content is so weird. We jammed out for, like... I want to say, like, 3 hours... Like, trying to prep for the next area. You did one delivery, went nowhere, gotta do the next thing. And... Like, yeah, you teleported and you had roads to cut out, but it's just like, imagine if you didn't have the roads built. Like, if you were just trying to chug story, you'd be wasting more time driving or fucking hoofing Mama here, like, on foot. And it's just, it's so weird sometimes.
Well, I think sometimes it's like also not, it's like, not just like the journey, but like, not the distance, but the journey. Like, if Mama was expositing more and talking more like throughout that whole journey, it could have been a thing.
Well, and I think that would be more dynamic. And like I said, I think that's something that writing-wise, Kojima did improve a little on with too. Like I said, not just with having Dollman with you at all times to chatter back and forth a little bit. I know it's like it feels like a reference to Mimir, but he does not serve the same function. Mostly because Mimir understands things, and mostly Dollman knows about as much as you do.
Dollman feels, well, like this is what I was talking about before fucking Mama blindsided. You remember your birth? It's just, oh god, I don't remember my exact thread, but no, it's just like, I just need people to talk to in my games. I need companions. I need people to go, did you fucking see that shit? And then go, yeah.
And well, yeah, that is what Dollman does.
It's like, it's just one of those things of like, have someone to tell me stories, listen to me listen to them, bounce off each other. Like, so many games are you just being this protagonist, existing in a world, and yet, like, generally you don't, like, interact with other people saying hi, hello, or people hang out with you. I think that's one of the reasons why Dragon Age and, like, Mass Effect struck, like, such a chord with people, because you have your party members, and they would just fucking chat.
Yeah, Mass Effect using conversations to hide loading screens in elevators. Dragon Age was even better about it, because, like, there was just spots on the map that if you walked over this spot, you would trigger a conversation, and you could double back, like, right away.
Mm-hmm.
But it would cause the people to yap back and forth.
No, and just like, and one of those things
I do think that is part of what made those games iconic, yeah.
And like, a lot of people like don't want the silent protagonist, but they also don't want the protagonist that talks to themselves constantly. This is I know it didn't start with fucking Aloy, but it just sticks in my mind.
I do actually think that Aloy, like, there were times when it did feel like Aloy talked to herself a little too much. I was just like, Aloy, you don't have to say this plant is useful every single time.
Well, yeah, that's the problem of, repeating dialogue and whatnot. Like, every time you pick up a plant, she says a thing.
Like, their heart's in the right place, but the execution gets a little annoying.
And then didn't bug me, really.
It does need a Varric's great.
Alright, but let's do this and do more story.
Yep.
And after this, we'll probably call it for the night.
sorry. I'm so sorry. I love you so much. I love you so much. It's good to hear your voice again. I shouldn't have kept you in the dark. Tried to save her. I couldn't. You don't have to say it anymore. Lockne, you need to fix his Cupid. I couldn't save our child.
Right, we
I
need to
couldn't
do
save
something
our
with the
world.
Cupid. That's why we need to block.
Only you.
Yeah, she worked the software.
Yeah.
I love you. You hear me?
Another case of, Sam doing a reaction shot, but he's just kind of like, yes, I am here. I am observing.
Hello.
I do like that Sam doesn't, like, turn to Lockne for it. It's like,
No.
Mama wants to hold out the Cupid
Make the world whole.
for her, so Sam's just like,
Okay.
take this.
Just like you make me.
That's got to be very weird as an actor.
Considering they're both the same person, literally.
Yeah, it's not like Kojima cast twins for this, so like the direction on that scene was, all right, your other character has just died. You're distraught. But yeah, so this is another like weird thing we did where we
I'm sorry, I'm just watching the meters go up.
very long. Jesus. 12.
I could have gone over the mountain. I decided not to.
But yeah, Mama dies, but that's okay. We have her identical conjoined twin, who has, they've touched chirals or something.
Well, they'll explain it here in a little bit. It's very fucking weird.
Yeah, that's what they say. It's a weird note. I'm kind of like I said, I'm about to the part where I'm gonna run back into Hartman.
All that she went through. I had no idea.
Lock, also by Margaret Qualley.
I thought she'd severed our bond
But I know
on
Lockne is
purpose,
in the
but
sequel, and I haven't seen her at all.
She
It's just
stole
like,
our
wow.
child and ran.
This is why Die Hard needs to tell me these
I
things
fixed
ahead of
your
time.
Cupid like she asked. Limiters should be functioning properly now. There is one thing. Before I sat down to work, I took a long, hard look at the code. I'm pretty sure someone's tweaked it. Either that, or my memory's going to pieces.
Someone rewrote your code?
Rewrote might be overstating it. Let's just say it wasn't the latest version I released. And yet, because of it, I was finally reunited with Malingan. Could be we found our culprit already. She died beneath the rubble, with our child still inside her. Her Ka passed over to the other side, but her Ha remained, bound to our dead daughter. She knew all of this, of course. That's why she kept one cuff loose. Didn't want anyone seeing her vitals. Shame she couldn't use her favorite invention. She did all that to keep me and our daughter safe.
So technically, Mama was dead all along.
Yeah, no, that thing on the other side, no, that was Mama, calling for her baby.
her Ka anyway.
Yeah. Reminds me of fucking Extella.
Honestly, I think that's a pretty cool trope. The like, oh, I'm dead actually. Why do you think I don't wear my vital scanner?
It's always good when it's pulled off, right?
Yeah, like the like, oh, you were a ghost the whole time. Well, I mean, technically that does work, Sixth Sense, but there are there are versions where you were dead all along. Like it was all a dream type twist. That shit sucks.
Ah, the stabilizer. I never use this. Now we have the cargo catapult. This, I know this is new, but I've never actually got to use it.
Sis? I can hear you. We're whole again. We're one. Like before in the womb, remember? Lincoln. Lockne.
Behold, she has heterochromia now.
Yeah. I think that is actually like a reason for certain forms of heterochromia. He's like reabsorbing a twin.
Thanks to you, Edgenut City is finally within reach.
That's how you get like
Lockne.
What is it? In real life, it's called chimerical.
Network remains online. Together, we might just make it all the way west.
Where your organs and tissues are actually two
There's
people.
something else you ought to know. We've been studying.
So
the
yeah,
data
Lockne is
from
two
when
guys now.
you encountered those soldiers. We had audio, which doesn't paint a complete picture on its own, but the languages, the names, and terms we picked out, the munitions we could identify, everything seems to indicate that you were on a battlefield over 100 years ago. World War I, to be precise. It wasn't a dream. Wasn't a hallucination. Maybe you were spirited away to another dimension or something. And given the time discrepancies, maybe you were sent to a beach. Can't say anything for certain. That said, I've never heard of a beach turned into a battlefield.
I mean, this is another one of those things that's like,
by the will of the people
you know,
who
Die
inhabit
Hard's
them.
talking about this, and I'm
Perhaps
like,
our
yeah, it
becomes
was
all
probably
more
just
rational
an
explanation.
afterlife
Beaches
full
are
of the
special.
souls of dead
Unfortunately,
soldiers.
he's still outside the chiral network. Anyway, get some rest. No use dwelling on questions we can't answer yet.
I sleep now!
I do think it is kind of supposed to be a sad moment with Mama's whole thing, but it's also one of those things where, like, I feel like you don't know her that well, and Kojima kind of takes the teeth out of it right after with being like, oh, she was technically already dead, you know, now it's just her body gets to rest finally. And, you know, her
Yeah, no, now that, you
twin
know,
is still in
all
touch
of it's
with her.
over there. Locke was talking about, Mom was talking about it. They shared a beach, so...
Good morning, Sam. Blood collection complete. Thank you for your generosity.
It's interesting, but it's like we have this emotional moment just followed by really something really, really weird.
I mean, that's just a... Death Stranding is, like, in a lot of ways, just an excuse for Kojima to be weirder, because Metal Gear is still, like, magical realism.
Wait a minute, wait.
Hey. Wait a fucking second.
Ooh, looking for this? Surprise. Fragile warped me here. I finally got to visit the beach. Well, her beach. Don't worry. I didn't come all this way for the sightseeing. Your beloved BB has a serious issue.
Dead man.
The episode transitions in this are very slick, though. Just like the lead up.
You may recall me explaining that these incubators connect BBs via the chiral network to their still mothers back at HQ. Bridge babies are quite literally bridges between this world and the other side. Their place is not here with us, nor with the BTs over there. They belong precisely in between, with no greater affinity for one world or the other. But BB-28 here has been leaning further and further towards the world of the living. Towards you, Sam.
It's because we're partners.
Partners? Sam, a BB's a tool, not a human being. Bridge, yes. Baby, no.
So tell me what the problem is.
This tool, this weapon, is transforming into a living being. It's gaining weight. Its brain activity is increasing. It's accumulating memories. BB-28 is becoming self-aware, becoming an actual child.
Doesn't sound like a problem to me.
It's hardware, Sam. Manufactured for a purpose. A purpose that cannot fulfill outside the pod. There is a 70% risk of catastrophic failure simply in removing it. Which hardly matters because at this point, it'll cease functioning within a couple of days.
Cease functioning?
That's right. Not even the pod will be enough. It'll be bricked.
What do we do?
We reset it. You'll have to leave it with me, of course. I'll cut the cord that links the two of you and then perform an operation that reconnects it to the other side. Think of it as a little tug to correct its alignment. To put it back where it belongs, right between the world of the living and the dead. But like I said, you'll have to be without it for a while.
You're sure this'll work?
Of course. One catch, though. The surgery may erase its memories.
Erase? Will forget me?
Relax. The BB will still function as intended. You just have to trust me. Come on. I'm telling you, it's like a game. Just select retry and start again. And this is why I hate these things. Sam. I was already filthy from my trip through the beach. But now your BB has added insult to injury.
Oh, you ready for another weird scene?
This is actually a callback, which the audience may need a reminder of.
I'm just curious. Yeah, there's baby.
Do a flip.
Do a flip. Baby flip.
He's like, Gotta psych yourself up a little bit.
Capitan!
No one can spy on us in here. It's just you and me. No audio records of what we say. No video for lip reading analysis. Get closer. Don Hardman cannot know of this. Understood?
I believe it was earlier said that the only place they don't monitor is in the shower.
Yep.
Officially, they were suspended by the government following a void out which claimed the life of the then acting president. Documents were shredded. BB technology banned, yes? But obviously, the experiments continued in secret, on the direct orders of President Strand.
Bridget?
Excessively.
BBs were essential to solving the mystery of the Death Stranding. Oh, she had big plans for them. They weren't designed just to be BT detectors. She wanted to incorporate them into the chiral network to facilitate travel to the beach. But none of her plans ever came to fruition. And now BB Tech has fallen into terrorist hands.
What's Die Hardman's part in this?
I'm afraid to find out. I don't know how long he was working for Strand. I don't even know his real name or his face. I thought you might, since you two go further back.
He was already wearing the mask when I met him. Something about burning his face.
Right. Sorry. Any data we have from back then is classified.
I can
at
just
the
feel
highest
Sam's
level.
awkwardness.
As far as I know, the director is the only one with clearance. But the chiral network presents a new opportunity. By compiling fragmented data in the public domain from all across the country, I might be able to piece together a little more of the puzzle. Be careful, Sam. They're watching. Well, Sam, you're a good sport. I'll give you that. Still, it's a fine way to get out of doing the laundry.
Just fix BB, all right?
Oh, no. You'll be doing the fixing. I'd never manage without your help. Check the delivery terminal upstairs for the details. When you're ready, of course.
Okie dokie. Well, let's leave the private room real quick. Do a save and call it goo! A little bit later than usual, but... Story! Cutscenes! Sam just all
I feel
like...
like that Sam has a special one for this.
Yeah, it's just like, not there. Curious to see what the fucking next
Dead man tells me your BB isn't performing to spec. We'll have to put your primary mission on hold until we restore its functionality. It's our only Dooms-compatible unit. And you're gonna have to deal with more BTs as you head further west. Case in point, Amelie's informed us of a tar belt outside of Edgenot City. A massive region crawling with BTs that Higgs supposedly summoned. And as much as we want you to get her out as soon as possible, you'll have a snowball's chance in hell without your BB. So your first priority is to help Deadman restore it to working order. And since he's on site, maybe the two of you can discuss it in person.
Sam, I'm a little busy at the moment, so I hope you don't mind if we stick to Hollow. First, I need you to link up a few preppers in the area so we can increase
Yes,
local
he didn't
chiral
get here
density.
because they're gonna trigger a whole bunch of
That's to
preppers.
bolster the connection between BB-28 and its stillmother. Then, as I explained earlier, we need to correct your BB's alignment. To facilitate that process, we need to quite literally put some distance between you two. Keep it here while we send you out. If everything goes to plan, your BB should resume normal function.
Fortunately, this plan advances our other objectives. We want to integrate this region into the chiral network anyway. So build relationships with the preppers by making deliveries and convince them to come on board. It's not easy to make a home for yourself in those mountains. Even so, plenty of people had a mind to try. You'll find shelters scattered throughout. We've got a whole list of orders from them waiting to be processed. Remember, though, that you're dealing with folks who chose to live out there. Folks who probably value their privacy. Don't think for a second it'll be easy to win them over. You will have to earn their trust, bit by bit, job by job. Another thing, Sam. You'll be making runs without a BB for a spell. That will vastly diminish your ability to detect BTs.
Won't diminish my ability to fight them.
Keep your eyes and ears open for anything out of the ordinary. And stay the hell out of the rain if you can help it.
Let's see here. The roboticist, the doctor. Oh, and that's the Johnny one. But no regular ass orders either. So, but we're set up. We'll call it good. All right, but that is gonna be it for it. We have. Actually, I think we stay pretty on point for Stowaway most of the time. But there was a little bit of in the beginning where it's just like, what do we do? And then we're just like, fuck it, antimatter bomb. Was slightly bamboozled by immediately going into the mama mission, though. We're just like, oh, we're doing this now. Well, I mean, that's what makes it good, I suppose. So, everyone, thanks for...
No, I think I remember that transition being similar. She's just like, all right, here's your anti-BT knife. Okay, cut me. Huh?
What? So, with that, though, we're going to get on out of here. Thank you, everyone, so much for joining us. Glad that you were here and you engaged with us. Please check out our other content coming out throughout the... Well, I can't really say came out the week, but I was in Monday mode. But tomorrow we'll be recording Let's Talk FGO, talking about everything that's been happening there. We'll probably be doing another Death Stranding stream this Saturday, if Omega is up to it. If not, I might go solo, who knows. That's going to be very boring, though. If Omega's not here, I will probably just grind roads. My grind roads...
Should be alright for Saturday.
Alright. My grind road's a bit in the middle anyway. Even if I don't have my BB, I can probably get started on some of that. Also, I'm starting to feel the itch. I might go play some Death Stranding 2 anyway. I'll just have to put in some practice before we go back. Make sure I got my buttons rechecked. So, with that, we are going to get out of here. I hope you all have a great night, and we will see you next time.
Bye.